Hmm?
Please make
Please
sure.
make sure.
Please make sure that your microphone is muted to reduce distraction. Please don't unmute yourself until the chair allows you to do so. The presentation order will be selected randomly, meaning it could differ from the published agenda. So everyone should join in the room a long presentation session. Please turn your video on while your pre-recorded presentation is being shared with the floor. ITPIC will speed up videos which are more than 7 minutes 30 seconds to the conclusion slide. The participants will have an opportunity to ask a question or give any feedback to the speakers after being allowed by moderator by click the raise hand menu in the chat button or write the question in the chat room. The best presenter will be selected at each presentation session based on indicators of time allocation, clarity of presentation, method of delivery, the materials, and responded question. Presenters and participants have to write their attendee in presence link, which we'll share in the chat box. The certificate will be sent to you who has filled the presence link. It maybe takes time, about 10 days from the conference day. Thank you.
Pagi Pak Isron. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mana kabar Pak Isron?
Baik.
Food had and has always been an important issue in the world. All countries try their best to fulfill the need for food. Agriculture plays important role in the national economic development to achieve food security. Indonesian Agency for Agricultural Research and Development, or known as IARD, Ministry of Agriculture, was established in 1974. Until today, IARD has strategic role to improve agriculture efficiency and competitiveness, as well as contributing significant development on agricultural technology through its innovations. IARD is currently supported by 4 research centers based on commodities. They are food crops, estate crops, horticulture, and animal husbandry. EART is also strengthened by 7 centers of specified research, 14 research institutions and stations, 33 assessment institutes, with total human resource of 1,680 researchers. 138 among them are research professors. EART provides quality assurance of its research results through an accreditation or certification process to be acknowledged nationally and worldwide. EART has produced thousands of innovative technologies from improved varieties, agriculture cultivation system, fertilizers and pesticides, to advanced technologies such as fertilizing drone or smart greenhouse. Around 600 technologies are the superior ones and are expected to be widely used by the community. Indonesia has a great potential to increase agriculture production. EART contributes in determining its strategic food commodities, namely rice, maize, soybean, shallot, garlic, chili, sugar, and beef to be priorities for strategic self-sufficient program through innovative technology. Therefore, the national needs shall be fulfilled. Technology implementation from on-farm to post-harvest guarantees an increase in the quality and quantity of agricultural produce. The challenge to meet food needs is not only for the country, but Indonesia can also support the world. EART will continue to innovate to provide technologies toward Indonesia as the World Food Basket 2045.
The biggest eruption on this planet centered in this land that changed and reformed our Mother Earth. And the evolution started until we are here. Human initiated in this land 2,500 years ago. It is one of the most historic places in Indonesia. land of old soul and the untold wisdom. A place we call home. This enchanted land, these traditions have so many secrets for our life. We are here now to be blessed by the land.
Oh, mula jadi sangat digodoaw. Palpuro dalan ni tu akka na marbisuti. Oh, Roman. Say tangi ko na. Say orong yaw. Rap do kita di Portillo. Oras! Oras! Oras!
And now, this is the time to reveal our truth. To be one within. And to discover the wonder of life. The song of the universe. The beat of our heart. The fire inside. The wonder of nature. This wonder and this heartbeat. It's the heartbeat of Toba.
Good morning. His Excellency, Minister of Agriculture of Indonesia, respected Director General of Indonesian Agency for Agricultural Research and Development, respected Executive Secretary of Indonesian Agency for Agricultural Research and Development, respected Director of Indonesian Center for Agricultural Technology, Assessment and Development, conference officers and participants from the Philippines, Australia, Ethiopia, Kenya, the Netherlands, Malaysia, New Zealand, Vietnam, Indonesia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Magandang umaga. Sawadee ka. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tika Asnawati, the Master of Ceremony of the Opening Program. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to express our gratitude and appreciation to present at our international conference on assessment and development and agriculture innovation held virtually 6 until 7 July 2021. As you may be aware, our first international conference is organized by Indonesian Center for Agriculture Technology Assessment and Development. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency, Minister of Agriculture of Indonesia, respected Director General of Indonesian Agency for Agricultural Research and Development, respected Executive Secretary of Indonesian Agency for Agricultural Research and Development, respected Director of Indonesian Center for Agricultural Technology Assessment and Development, conference speakers and participants from the Philippines, Australia, Ethiopia, Kenya, the Netherlands, Malaysia, New Zealand, Vietnam, Indonesia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, magandang umaga, sawadee ka, guten morgen, selamat pagi. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tika Tresnawati, will be the Master of Ceremony of the opening program. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to your presence at our first international conference on assessment and development of agriculture innovation held virtually 6 until 7 July 2021. As you may be aware, our first international conference is organized by Indonesian Center for Agriculture Technology Assessment and Development, supported by Indonesian Plant Breeding Science Society, Indonesian Researcher Union, Indonesian Society of Agronomy, Indonesian Society of Agricultural Economics, and Indonesian Association of Agricultural Meteorology. This conference aims to foster communication among researchers and practitioners working in a wide variety of scientific areas with a common interest in improving agricultural technology application. With the theme of strengthening agricultural innovation and dissemination to achieve sustainable development, this international conference reflecting the direction of agricultural innovation, dissemination, including extension approaches, and agricultural development towards the future pathways. Due to the current situation, the conference is held in virtual format. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to introduce and welcome our distinguished guests and keynote speakers. the Honorable Dr. Syahrul Yassin Limpo, Minister of Agriculture of Indonesia, the Honorable Dr. Fajri Jufri, Director General of Indonesian Agency for Agriculture Research and Development, the Honorable Dr. Haris Syahbudi, Executive Secretary of Indonesian Agency for Agriculture Research and Development, the Honorable Dr. Ferry Fahrudin Munir, Director of Indonesian Center for Agriculture Technology Assessment and Development, our distinguished invited speakers, Dr. Peter Horn from Australian Center for International Agriculture Research, Professor Elske van der Klerk, University of Queensland, Professor Michael Madukwe from University of Nigeria Nsukka, Professor Iko Manggewiryawan from IPB University, and Professor Wendy J. Umberger from University of Adelaide. We proudly welcome all the presenters and participants of this conference. 185 authors in conference coming from 60 institutions from 16 countries. Let me briefly announce the conference program for today as follows. Opening ceremony, keynote speakers, plenary session 1, plenary session 2, parallel session, and closing program. For your convenience, please follow the events protocol during the conference. For online participants, during the session, participants are required to mute the audio. For further or detailed discussion, participants are allowed to send messages to speakers, presenters, or other participants through chat rooms. Please comment respectfully. For a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. We'll proudly present wonderful Indonesia.
Years ago, the biggest eruption on this planet centered in this land that changed and reformed our Mother Earth. And the evolution started until we are here, human. The first civilization was initiated in this land 2,500 years ago. It is one of the most historic places in Indonesia. The land of old soul and the untold wisdom. A place we call home. This enchanted these traditions to be blessed by the land.
Oh, Bulajari, sangat digodoh. Walpuru dalan itu akka na marbisuki. Oh, Roman, saya tangi ona, saya orangnya, ratu kita di Purtibion. Oras, oras, oras.
And now, this is the time to reveal our truth, to be one within, and to discover the wonder of life. Listen to it, the song of the universe. The beat of our heart. The fire inside. The wonder of nature. This wonder and this heartbeat. It's the heartbeat of Toba.
Excellencies, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcome remarks delivered by Director General of Indonesian Agency for Agriculture Research and Development, represented by Dr. Ferry Fahrudin Munir, Director of Indonesian Center of Agriculture Technology Assessment and Development. Please welcome Dr. Ferry Fahrudin Munir. The time is yours.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. Okay. I would like to read welcome speech from the Directorate General Indonesian Agency for Agriculture Research and Development, Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia. Honorable Dr. Sahrul Yassin Limpo, Minister of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia, invited speakers, professor, lecturer, official, researcher, engineering, extension agent, all participation, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning, and best wishes for all of us. Let us express our praise and gratitude to Allah the Almighty for His grace and guidance so that we can attend the opening ceremony of the first international conference on assessment and development of agriculture innovation with the theme strengthening agriculture innovation and dissemination to achieve sustainable development. We would like to welcome all of you in this conference. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is undeniable that agricultural development cannot run without adequate technological support, especially with the increasing demand for the agriculture sector to be able to meet the food needs of the world population. Indonesian agricultural development is expected particularly to fulfill the needs of the Indonesian population, which currently reaches 267 million. During the last decade, the Agency for Agriculture Research and Development, IARD, has generated various agriculture technology innovation. Some of these technology has been used at the farm level and have been proven to increase crop productivity. However, it is recognized that not all the improved technology has been implemented by users. We must continue to improve the method of dissemination of agricultural innovation. Therefore, the main theme of this conference is strengthening agriculture innovation and dissemination to achieve sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, IARD has two pivotal roles in Indonesian agriculture programs. One is to generate appropriate technology innovation, and the other is to be responsible to disseminate technology to the end user. This responsibility must be supported by adequate dissemination method and advanced information transfer technology. One of the efforts of the IARD to improve the method of dissemination of agriculture innovation in the existence of the Assessment Institute for Agriculture Technology, AIIT, in all provinces in Indonesia. AIIT has a strategic role as source of logical specific technology and as bridging process of the dissemination and adoption of agricultural technology. AIIT also play a role in the process of evaluating, adapting, and assembling technology. We believe that the innovation of agricultural technology and its dissemination will be more effective if supported by information technology. In future, we must apply IT and digital technology more intensively to develop and disseminate agricultural technology. As you know, most of the modern agricultural development based on artificial intelligence and digital information. Distinguished participants, I would like to express my gratitude to the invited speakers from Australia, Nigeria, and Indonesia, also Philippines. I would like to thank all of participants who have submitted their paper. The committee has received 185 papers and will be discussed in this 2 days conference. We note that as many as 200 participants from Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines, New Zealand, Australia, Netherlands, Kenya, and Indonesia will be active participating in this conference. I hope this conference will be a media to exchange information among participants from different countries and share the experience of the technology application toward modern agriculture and sustainability. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Director General Indonesian Agency for Agricultural Research and Development, Dr. Fajri Jufri, Master of Science. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ferry Panguniar for the warm welcome speech. Next, we are turning our attention to keynote speech by Dr. Syahrul Yassin Limpo, Minister of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia, represented by Dr. Fajri Jufri, Director General of Indonesian Agency for Agriculture Research and Development. Please welcome Dr. Fajri Jufri. The time is yours.
And dissemination to achieve sustainable development. My warmest welcome to all of you this conference. It is a great honor for me to deliver on behalf of Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Syahrul Yassin Limpo. I cannot speak in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays, agricultural sector is facing a big challenge as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. As we see that the pandemic has disturbed food supply all around the world, that leading to decrease of food demand, food crisis, as well as the restricting of the global value chain. As effort to overcome this challenge, the Ministry of Agriculture has complied a wide range of policies and programs among others increasing the productivity of staple food, facilitation food distribution, facilitation access to transportation, maintaining the food price stability, development the buffer stock, and market intervention. This effort as contribution of the Minister of Agriculture in shaping the national economy. As we know together, the agriculture sector contributes positively and become the savior of the national economy among the contraction of the other sector. The GDP of the agriculture sector grows positively and followed by agriculture export increment. In 2021, the agriculture, fisheries, and forestry sector is targeted to reach 3.27% to total GDP. I am convinced the agriculture development is able to meet the target that have been declared in order to achieve and advance independence and modern agriculture for Indonesian. Distinguished participants, the President's message is very clear, that the future agriculture development should be based on research and technology. I understand that researchers and attending this conference and also extension officers who are looking for technological information update from research result. We must improve the dissemination of agriculture innovation so that the technological innovation will be utilized by farmers, especially based on information technology. To achieve this, extension officer will serve as information source, facilitator, motivator, and mentor of local institutions and farmers to access information and test and process new technologies. I hope the cooperation between researchers and extension officer could improve so that the acceleration of dissemination can be achieved. Ladies and gentlemen, the future development agriculture will not only be focused on the use current technology, but also on applying digital agriculture, artificial intelligence, robot construction, and Internet of Things, IoT. Ladies and gentlemen, the result of research and assessment of agriculture technology must be continuously developed and disseminated. I wish to congratulate you and the beautiful success of the conference. I hope this international conference could be facilitate the transfer of technology between the producer, the carrier, and the user of technology to accelerate agro-industry and appropriate technology to be used by the farmer. And with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare the conference official open. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Minister of Agriculture of the Republic Indonesia, Syahrul Yassin Limpo.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move further to the next agenda, the committee would like to thank our supporters of Ikadai 2021. Further to the next agenda, the committee would like to thank our supporters of Ikadai 2021. Indonesian Plant Breeding Science Society, Indonesian Researcher Union, Indonesian Society of Agronomy, Indonesian Society of Agriculture Economics, and Indonesian Association of Agriculture Meteorology. continuing to the plenary session 1, which will be moderated by Dr. Ferry Fahrudin Munier. Dr. Ferry Fahrudin Munier is the Director of Indonesian Center for Agricultural Technology Assessment. To Dr. Ferry, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning. I would like to introduce. We have two speakers or invited speaker in plenary sessions. Maybe we have time from 9:30 until 12, yeah, with a discussion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce the first speakers. The first speaker from Asia, Dr. Peter Horn. I would like to introduce Dr. Peter Horn is responsible for managing of the international research partnership for Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research. He spent 12 years living in Asia as a research in crop livestock system, including 12 years in Indonesia. Peter has a Bachelor of Science honors in environmental science from Griffith University and PhD in tropical forage agronomy from University of New England, Australia. He is an adjunct professor of Griffith University. I think all of the position is as a General Managing Country Partnership, Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research, ASEAN. Okay, maybe the first topic about the role of agriculture innovation in rural development cross-country study from Dr. Peter Horn. Dr. Peter Horn, time is yours.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Excuse me, mute yourself. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I will test again. Thank you, that's very good. Selamat pagi para peserta dari Canberra. Saya mengakui banyak rekan dan teman yang dihormati. Secara khusus saya hormati Dr. Fajri Jufri dari Litbang Pertanian dan Dr. Ferry Fahrudin Munier dari Balai Besar. Saya juga ingin memberi semua peserta harapan terbaik pada saat ini pandemik yang sangat menantang bagi kita semua. Good morning. I am delighted to present at this conference as the topic is one very close to my heart. It is a topic that has interested me all my life. When I was a young man, I ran a very detailed and technical research experiment at Balai Penelitian Ternak in Ciawi. It was near the fence of the research station. And while my experiment was scientifically interesting, every day I would look over the fence at the villages and farms and wonder how the science inside the fence could make more of a difference to the livelihoods outside the fence. Part of the answer to that question is to break down the fence. I've spent my professional life doing that, and I'm very happy to talk about that today. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, I cannot see the slides. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about two things today. What do we mean by agricultural innovation? Next slide. And strengthening agricultural innovation systems in Indonesia. Next slide, please. So I will start with this first point. What do we really mean by the term agricultural innovation? Next. So is this what we mean? When many people think of agricultural innovation, if you ask them to draw a picture, they might draw a drone or a tractor. Next. Sometimes to me, the word innovation feels like Ajinomoto. It's something we use perhaps a little too much to add flavor to our reports. So we need to be very careful in thinking about what we mean by innovation. Next, please. I very much like a definition that was provided by a man by the name of Mike Bechtel. He's got a very interesting position. His role is called Chief Futurist. In other words, a person who thinks about the future for a private company, Deloitte. Mike Bechtel said, inventions turn money into ideas, or inventors turn money into ideas. Innovation, or innovators, turn ideas into money. So put another way, the chief scientist of ACR, in fact, Dan Walker, said, innovation is the process of creating value by applying knowledge or technologies to a challenge in a new way. So knowledge, technologies, new way, creating value. Many of us here today are involved in discovery science, and that creates new knowledge, creates new insights. Invention creates new technologies based on that knowledge. Innovation can then generate value from that new knowledge. And finally, in our context today with rural development, scaling of that innovation delivers impact. So what we see here are drones, driverless machines, hybrid rice varieties. These are inventions. They're very important. They might lead to innovation, but in themselves, I would argue, are not innovations. Next slide, please. So if we take Mike Bechtel's definition of innovation and change it for the context of rural development, really inventions, like all of the science that many of us work on, they turn money into ideas. They turn research dollars into interesting ideas, and innovations turn those ideas into impact. Next, please. So researchers have a role to play at both stages. Many of us are engaged in invention. Scientists working on technologies, that can potentially save the world. It's very important. We look now at this time at how quickly the world developed COVID-19 vaccines. That's an invention. It's had a huge impact and very important. Many of us work on new crop varieties or new ways of controlling diseases. These are really important inventions, but they're not enough. With little adoption of these inventions, we have no impact. So if our goal is to support positive impacts on the lives of rural people, then we need to invest in more than just the generation of inventions. So on this slide, I also refer to something that Bechtel talks about. He says, if something is innovative, it's probably new and improved. It's a very simple definition, but I just wanted to touch on that a little bit. The first dot point talks about new with a capital N versus new with the small n. Some of the things that we think about as innovative are new with a big N. That means new to the world. These very interesting, novel, new ideas that are developed in science, versus new, which is new to you, new to us in our province, in our context. They may not be new to the world, but it's very important to us because we're taking these ideas and trying to adapt them locally. Now, if you have a look at many of the world's most successful innovators in the private sector, in technology, they focus a little on the big new, but they focus very much on the small n new, and especially on the improved part. I just want to touch on these two things. So big new ideas are new to the world, they're important. But more often than not, the creative application of existing ideas to different problems is what moves business forward. It is what moves rural development forward. Very often we scientists and academics, we get a real buzz, we get energy from the big new world discovery, but business development doesn't. What about the improved part of this definition? If agricultural innovation for rural development is about converting ideas into impact, then we need to be better at understanding what improved really means. So improved from whose perspective? We all know, and I'm as guilty of this as anybody, of getting excited about new science and jumping ahead to think this science is really improved for the end user, which may be farmers or agribusinesses and policymakers. But we've all seen many cases where that enthusiasm and that expectation has not translated into impacts on the ground. So as researchers, we and me, all of us, need to be better at taking an impact perspective at the very earliest stages of our research. Next slide, please. So one message I have in my presentation is, if we're looking at agricultural innovation for rural development, we need a strong focus on the little n new. In other words, technologies that are new to us locally, but maybe not the most cutting edge things that have hit the world, and especially on improved for particular end users. Next slide, please. I'm going to touch on the second part of my talk now, looking at opportunities for strengthening agricultural innovation systems in Indonesia. Innovation research, previous slide, please. Innovation research is hard. In many ways, it's easier for us as researchers to stay in our laboratories and to focus on our favorite research topics. It's not messy. It doesn't involve a lot of people, or if it does, those people are interested in the same things we are. Innovation research for rural development involves working outside your comfort zone. It involves working with people whom it seems sometimes they're like from different planets to us. I think very much as a researcher working for a government agency, the times that I've worked with the commercial private sector, swasta, it's very, very challenging, but potentially very, very profitable as well. Next slide, please. I hope you can see this. It's a very simplified version of what we might call the Indonesian agricultural innovation system. With to the left, a lot of government agencies involved in research and assessment of technologies. Not all of them are there. For example, Balai Pengelola Ahli Teknologi Pertanian is not there, but a very important agency. I've just simplified this graphic. And on the right, we have province-based adaptive research and extension services, including NGOs and the private sector. Next slide, please. This is a very, very simplistic definition, but you can think of part of the Indonesian system on the left contributing to inventions, those new ideas, that new science that is important in delivering to rural development. And on the right, we have adaptation and dissemination of those at province and kabupaten and kecamatan level. Next, please. This whole system you might call an innovation ecosystem. The combination of all these players and the combination of invention, adaptation, and dissemination is what together can deliver to rural development. As I said earlier, it's complex. It involves engaging across different scales, national, province, and district. The innovation system involves engaging across different domains, public, private, yayasans. But I want to offer an opinion. I find the structure of the Indonesian innovation ecosystem very, very interesting. I think it is quite a sound, very strong structure. And I work with many countries, and not many countries have a structure that is so sound as you have in Indonesia. So structurally, I think it's very strong. At the functional level, I think there are some things that could be strengthened to really achieve the potential of what is an excellent structure. So to support innovation for rural development, as I mentioned earlier, a greater focus on little and new technologies on the left of the system, the invention, and the improved aspect of those technologies and ideas and systems towards the right. So this is a strong justification for the role of Balai Besar, the BPTPs, Balai Pengelola Ahli Teknologi Pertanian, and others working together within the innovation system. But if this innovation system is to be truly innovative, it involves taking risks. If we're going to be truly innovative, we need to be taking some risks with our research. And taking some risks means we're going to have some failures. And that's okay. The system has to encourage people to take risks and has to accept that there will be failures. If we're not having failures, then we're not testing the boundaries of innovation. And if the innovation system is to be truly innovative, it also needs what we call T-shaped researchers. Next slide, please. Developing T-shaped scientists. What's a T-shaped scientist? Next slide. A T-shaped scientist is one who has a very broad experience across many skill sets. For example, maybe a plant breeder, but really understands social science and the importance of that, understands agribusiness and markets and systems research, but is very deep in breeding. Next. So it's a person who has the ability to work outside of their core area and to work with people and understand others at a narrower level. Next. But to also work deeply in their speciality. Next. A person who can combine these two things. Next. These are our most creative scientists. And bringing together T-shaped scientists to work in innovation systems is something that all of our systems need to continually try to do. Next. So thinking about Indonesia and thinking about this excellent structure and the need to focus on improving function and skill sets of people and T-shaped scientists, is it really worth investing in more agricultural innovation in rural development? This is a quote from an analysis that has just been completed last year of a very broad analysis of investments in agricultural research by developing countries with developing countries since 1960. Now, just at a crude economic level, it shows a benefit cost ratio in the order of 10 to 1 of investments in agricultural research. Next, please. In the case of Indonesia, an analysis this year This is a graph that shows current levels of investment in agricultural research and taking into account many factors: the political economy, the size of the economy, the scale of investments in different sectors, the importance of agriculture. The green bar next to Indonesia shows what might be an achievable intensity of investment in agricultural research and agricultural innovation systems. It shows that the payoff for a greater investment is really there for Indonesia and it is achievable. Next, please. But it's not just about the money. It's not just about investing more money. It's about how we use that money. How is it targeted? How do we strengthen what is already a structurally sound innovation system? Next. It's not just about the big new inventions, but about the inventions and the ideas and the systems and the knowledge which we know can bring about big changes now within our system. Next. And to boost impact, we need more investment in innovation, not just invention, not just the technologies, but the whole system that will deliver the impacts. Next. So I want to finish this part of my presentation with a speculation on what is most needed to strengthen agricultural innovation systems in support of rural development. I have a traffic light. It has 3 things against it, and I'm going to say those 3 things, green being, I think we're fine with this. Orange needs more work, red is a worry. The first one, green, I think in the world, and I think in Indonesia, inventions, technologies, and knowledge, we're very well placed with this. It doesn't mean we don't need to do more of it. Of course we do. But I feel very comfortable that the system for generating inventions, technology, and knowledge are strong. And in fact, big issue is we're not yet taking enough advantage of those inventions, technologies, and knowledge we have. Next. I'm a little more concerned about people and people skills. Our ag innovation systems need to do the harder things, which is working in the complex environment. We need more transdisciplinary, adaptive, participatory research approaches that really deliver equitable outcomes. These are not easy skills. We need more people, more T-shaped scientists with these kinds of skills to drive our innovation systems. But what am I really probably most concerned about if we want to deliver impact from our ag innovation systems? Next. Public-private collaboration. Generally around the world, I don't see public-private collaboration being done as effectively as we should be doing if we're going to deliver on the significant improvements in food production we need by 2050. Next. Just briefly, I just want to cover the fact that ACR is delighted to be working with Bapanas, Litbang Pertanian, Balai Besar, and BPATP at the moment. Next. On a study of agricultural research and innovation systems in Indonesia, trying to identify the strengths of the system and the opportunities for making that system even stronger. Next. This study is underway and is going to be completed by November 2021. As I said, we're delighted to be partnering with Indonesia in this and learning as much as we can from that. Next. Now, some of you will be aware that Professor Wendy Umberger, who was also invited to speak at this conference, has unfortunately not been able to make it today. And so I have agreed to present a few ideas on the topic she was going to talk about: market and business orientation of agricultural product to robust economic growth. It links very well to my talk. Next. I must first apologize to Wendy, as I haven't checked with her on any of the ideas that I am presenting. So please do not attribute any of this information to Wendy, but I have attempted to present what I think she might say. Next. So back to the traffic light. You remember I was saying that the thing that concerns me most is public-private collaboration. And we're not doing that as well as we should be if we want to deliver big impacts to the rural areas. Next. So globally, about 500 million farms are smaller than 2 hectares, and these farms are getting smaller in many countries. Next. Next. Although these farms account for only 12% of the world's farmland, they provide more than 4/5 of the food produced in Asia and sub-Saharan Africa. I say to people in Australia quite often, every day you eat food produced by small farmers in the developing world, every day. They don't realise that. Next. These smallholders are facing big challenges. Limited farm size, next. Access to financial services, we know all these things, next. Climate change, increasingly hugely challenging for smallholder farmers, especially with small farm size, next. Volatility in markets and price spikes, next. And access to markets, next. But you know, what's emerging in the world now is that unlike not so long ago, where smallholders were seen to be a problem in our agricultural production systems, very rapidly it's being seen as a huge asset and huge opportunities, especially in growing markets. For example, dairy, vegetables, herbs, livestock. In many cases, smallholders have a comparative advantage in these systems. Next. But some smallholders will inevitably be able to move up and take advantage of markets, and some will need to move out. These are not value judgments, they're just realities of trajectories of some smallholders in systems. Some may be younger farmers who can take advantage of opportunities in markets. Others may be at stages of their lives for various reasons that they're looking to move on and to move out of agriculture. The photograph there is of shrimp. ACR worked with Indonesia for quite a few years on smallholder shrimp production. We worked with Indonesia, with the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, to look at the trajectory of smallholder shrimp systems and found that very rapidly 95% of shrimp in Indonesia was moving to be produced by large companies and not by smallholders, because the challenges of controlling disease in shrimp were too high. These were farmers that recognized they need to move out of shrimp, and together with the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, we've been happy to support research, helping them to transition to other livelihoods with their tambaks. Next, please. There's some research with Indonesia. We're getting feedback on the microphone. Thank you. The supermarket revolution has resulted in an opportunity for shorter supply chains for many smallholders. Next. I'm highlighting here East and Southeast Asia, and Indonesia is very much in this boat. The graphs show larger cities, small cities, and the hinterland, and it shows the ratio of rural people to urban populations. Indonesia, a very large number of smaller cities, and these smaller cities create opportunities through short supply chains for smallholder farmers feeding into mini markets. Next, please. 15 years ago, very few companies saw smallholders as an opportunity and as core to their commercial viability. Next. There has been some rapid growth in the number of companies now globally that engage commercially with smallholders. The photo on the right is of seaweed production. Indonesia is the world's largest seaweed producer, all of it produced by smallholders. Next.
5 minutes more.
Thank you. Yes. Input suppliers, commodity traders, finance firms are all looking for opportunities to develop engagement with smallholder farmers. Next. This has been matched by an incredible boom in private sector-led innovation over the last 15 years. Next. I've got 4 examples. I'm not going to go into them in deep detail, but I will this first one. There are 4 examples here of transformational change led by private sector. The first one is in Myanmar. Orba is a private company that aims to work with 2 million smallholder farmers in Myanmar. And they've developed an app called Tuet To. And with that app, farmers can scan a QR code when they buy a product from Orba. Each QR code accumulates points for those farmers. And when they have enough points, they can convert that to extension services on their farm tailored to their particular needs. It's actually it's a very fascinating way for a company to get social capital and to get customers dedicated to them, but also for farmers to be in charge or starting to question where they get their extension services. 2 million farmers is their target. Next. So privately led knowledge services. Another is innovative financing mechanisms for smallholders. I don't have enough time to go into the details, but there are some fascinating and very large innovative financing mechanisms around the world. I have 2 examples there, which I can expand on later if necessary. Next. There are new traceability tools, and this is the big game in the commercial sector now, is traceability. Consumers are looking for traceability. They're looking to know where their products come from. And there are companies now providing non-tag related traceability in agri-business and agri-food chains. Next. And traceable and transparent transactions. Very quickly, Olam, the very big company based in Singapore, does transactions with about 5 million smallholder farmers on a daily basis. And they've piloted an application called Olam Direct with about 70,000 farmers in 12 countries, allowing them to complete commercial transactions with or without the internet. Those transactions are geotagged, they're time-stamped, and they allow traceability, transparency, and consistency. Next. Intriguingly, all of these transformational things are being delivered by the new power of data. Thank you. Next. Very briefly, a recent report has identified the 4 types of digital ag tech services that can transform smallholder agriculture. I'll briefly touch on each of these. Digital advisory and extension. Next. Digital financial services. And I'd like to highlight the first 2 I've put out here are not technologies. They're around knowledge and access to financial services. These are the very transformational things that are happening. Next. Digitized farm tools, the drones, all the equipment. Next. And finally, digital market linkages. How and where can I sell my product for what price? What's changing? Next. So high quality data from smallholder supply chains is essential to help agribusinesses understand their base and finance institutions to de-risk their investments. That's what they need. Next. But what companies say is, and that they're not good at, is they need high quality technical support to the farmers that they work with. This is where the opportunities are for public-private collaboration. Next. Inclusive business models are increasingly sound business sense. Companies see them as the future. Next. So finally, I'm leaving you with 3 messages. There are excellent opportunities for some smallholders to develop profitable businesses, given support with knowledge, markets, technologies, and access to finance. Next. We as researchers, we as businesses and policymakers are now better placed than ever before to provide this support. Next. And finally, innovation systems need to support both those smallholders who wish to move up and those who need to move out. Next. Finally, there are 3 recent publications in my presentation that I think people may find very useful as context for the ideas in this presentation. Next. Oh, and an additional 2. So 5 publications referenced here that may be of use if you wish to read more. Next. Thank you, terima kasih. I look forward to questions later on.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Peter Horn. Very interested in your explanation about the role of agriculture innovation. I think this is very close with our activity in agriculture research, and maybe we can continue or discuss. I hope Dr. Peter Horn still stay with us to continue discuss. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Dr. Peter Horn. We would like to continue to second speakers. Okay, I will to introduce the second keynote speaker, Ibu Elske. Ibu Elske G. van der Vliet, PhD. Maybe I will read some the professional profile, I think, and also the education, also expertise. I will try to read the professional profile from Ibu Elske. Elske came to academia after 2 decades in research, development, and teaching position in international organization in global south. Her research focused on the analysis and framework for participatory communication for social change and model for transdisciplinary research for development, co-innovation, and in fact assessment. Her work finds application across several disciplinary fields, including agriculture, rural and community development, public health, and energy poverty. I think also I read her expertise. I think transdisciplinary research for development, also facilitation of co-innovation, participatory development communication, communication for social change, impact assessment of sustainable development and social change. Her education, PhD from the Wageningen Agricultural University, the Netherlands, June 1993. Communication specialization, I think, communication and innovation study research conducted in Indonesia. Master of Science from the University of Utrecht, Faculty of Biological Science, Netherlands, April 1987. I think specialization, communication and innovation study, supervised from the Wageningen Agricultural University, research conducted in Sri Lanka. Also, agroecology research educated in the Netherlands and Sri Lanka. I think enough for introduce Ibu Elske. Ibu Elske, time is yours. Your time from the 10 to 10:45, I think. Jakarta time. At the 5 minutes. Ibu Elske, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Terima kasih dan selamat siang semuanya. Yang saya hormati Kepala Badan Litbang Pertanian dan Kepala Balai Besar dan teman-teman semua. It's a great pleasure to be here at this conference and actually see that a lot of former and current colleagues and old friends are also attending today. So I have pre-recorded my presentation, which actually links very much to some earlier work with some of the BPTP staff, but also Peter Horn was involved, and I hope to be giving some further ideas of what has happened with that work further. So I'd like to request the organizers to put up the pre-recorded presentation. Thank you.
So we started this collaboration a long time ago in 2009 under the TAKE initiative. Thank you for having me at the ICADI conference to share some of our work on transdisciplinary research for development and what it takes to transform research, development, and extension functions to achieve sustainable impacts in farmers' fields. I'm Elske van der Vliet from the Centre for Communication and Social Change at the University of Queensland. And I'm saying our work because a lot of this work has been done in collaboration with many colleagues in Indonesia in the system of the agriculture technology assessment, which I will first explain before actually also showing one of the examples of the work we did in how research for development played out in action. I will then present the framework that we've developed collaboratively and how this framework was also applied in a project in Timor-Leste to then extract the enablers and barriers for sustainable impact and come to a conclusion of what that transformation really means to incorporate research for development in the system. So we started this collaboration a long time ago in 2009 under the TAKE initiative, which was part, so that's Technology Assessment and Knowledge Exchange, which was part of the ACR-funded Smallholder Agribusiness Development Initiative. And the particular activities in the TAKE project took place in NTT, NTB, South Sulawesi and Southeast Sulawesi provinces, where with a group of researchers and extension specialists from the BPTP's in these provinces and the people from the Department of Agriculture, we developed a research for development framework or refined it and did several experiments to test it in the field. And also a lot of the staff were trained in participatory research for development methodologies. And then I was enabled with some additional funding from ACR to provide follow-up support and further evaluation of the activities, particularly in NTT province until 2013. So basically this work was about, trying to understand of the things that we know in terms of what works in terms of technologies is how to actually make it work at scale and long-term in the field to benefit farmers and enhance their livelihoods. So I'll start with the example of the work we did in NTT. So we talked to the researchers at the BPTP and at the DINAS, what technology could we take to farmers that's pretty, well developed and can be scaled up, and we can test this model for scaling up these technologies. So one of the researchers had worked for a long time on forage legumes for cattle fattening, with a farmer in one of the communities in Oibola. They researched the cultivation practices, the processing methods, and it even developed a machine for baling. So they would have feed for the animals during the dry season. So we thought, let's sit together with the larger community and see how we can make this work from the successful trials in the community to farmers fields in general. And we took for a long time and showed them all the activities, and everyone stayed silent. Nobody responded enthusiastically, yeah, let's do this. And it took hours of digging before actually one farmer said, well, this is all good and well for but we actually don't have cattle, so why should we spend a lot of time and efforts into producing forages and fatten cattle if we don't have cattle? And what he meant is that they were taking care of cattle, but they didn't own it. So so they were not actually gaining the benefits from fatter cattle that could get more money, but the owners of the animals would get that. And they understood that. So their problem was mainly dependency. It was not the technologies. So we had to sit down with a group of farmers to really unravel their system. What was actually, what were the assets that would help them to improve their livelihoods. And that appeared to be not so much the animals they were taking care of, but the land that they owned and that they were not utilizing optimally. So we developed a model together where they could use more of their land to actually plant corn and use improved varieties, still local varieties, but improve their yields up to about 5 tons per hectare. That would also secure their food supplies for their families, in particular with additional improved storage methodologies. And then they would have a surplus of the corn to sell at the market, and then have some money to buy actually calves and own cattle again. And then only they could be able, with improved cattle management, they would be able to enhance their income further by trading their animals. And of course, once we had worked this out with so many elements that had to be taken care of, we were able to negotiate that with the farmer group. But again, in a different setting, while we're actually facing each other and talking directly, how this relates to their daily lives. So we started these pilot activities and really had to collect clear evidence to be able to understand that what we did, and how we did things, that we could extract some lessons into developing a research for development framework. So in this case, of course, we needed to look at the targets, the normal targets that we look at, like the corn yields, food security, surplus that was gained and sold for investment. And interestingly, an example was that our target was sell surplus of your corn and buy 1 or 2 calves. And when some farmers actually they bought pigs instead of calves, some of the researchers were disappointed. Said, no, our target is they have to buy calves to to eventually fatten cattle. But then they said, no, their problem was dependency. So we wanted them to start investing and turn their lives around. So whether they do that through pig production or cattle production, that is basically their choice. We're still supporting them by improving their farming system. And eventually pigs can become cattle as well if they start earning more. And that was actually a major insight into how we set targets as project people, but actually that farmers need to set their own targets. We also needed to collect strong evidence that the processes we were using would work, and that required, very elaborate processes of raising deep awareness of that there is a possibility for change, and there are opportunities, within them quite desperate situations that the farmers were in. And we call this a process of conscientization. And we had to have processes of learning, both technology and both learning critical skills to work out what is best for you. We had to look at process of decision-making, whether they were changing, and action as well. And then we really had to look at agency, our farmers' aspirations to change actually improving. Is their knowledge improving? Are their skills improving? And are they establishing these collaborative networks to continue what they have established? So a lot of elements needed to be in place before we could say, yeah, this is the overall model that we can use to enhance livelihoods in that area. So there was very much a shift in focus from technology and basically getting one particular technology right, to actually understanding change in farming systems, and particularly, for farmers who are facing extreme poverty. It's extremely important because all elements of the system are related to one another. And that then requires, of course, a focus on the people and their capacities to turn their lives around. So the project finished basically as a project, still quite small scale, a couple of communities, there was interest to expand it, and our researchers really helped expand it and try to kind of sell the concept to the local government to turn it into policies, but that took a long time. But they persisted, so they are really the local champions. And we have here Ibu Dewi and Patoni, who really kept on working with farmers and kept on communicating and promoting the approach, as well as the farmers who are the champions, who kept on continuing to try things out and improve the system and provided evidence that was needed to eventually convince the governor of Entity province to turn this into a policy. And as part of the regional midterm development plan, the governor announced that there was going to be the Tanam Jagung Panen Sapi, or the Plant Corn Harvest Cattle program, and in which they started with training facilitators, then small scale first, 6,000 hectares in 2019, and now up to 2021, actually covering 22 kabupaten and over 20,000 hectares, with also an additional 40 additional facilitators. And currently over 40,000 farm families being involved in practicing and learning about enhanced farming systems of integrating corn and cattle system, and having communication all over social media and the printed media and on local television about the benefits that they are gaining from that. So it was a long-term process. Those things don't happen very easily, but it was because it was really sustained by the team and by the farmers, and eventually integrated into policies and the local system. So coming back from that experience, looking at the framework, we were very lucky that we had a fairly long-term, so like 5-year project, that was a collaborative effort of people, both technical and researchers and extension specialists from 4 different provinces across Indonesia. And we call them the Team Innovasi, as the innovation team that could really spend their time on innovating. And that was only because there was support from inside to really change the system from within, support from the Balai Besar and the local BPTPs as well. And that was a really exciting time. We could do things that we normally can't do when we just have to continue running projects. So the framework that we developed or refined from earlier experiences, we really had to start thinking about how do we normally do things within the technology assessment system. And it's basically, it looks like this. There are innovations that emerge from basic and applied research. We find a way to plug them into development systems by doing a demonstration trial or writing a publication. And we hope that some change will happen and eventually impact in the farmers' fields. But we know that it often doesn't happen. And we know that often the innovations are not necessarily suitable for all the farmers. We know also that the development organization, extension system, or some of the technical departments don't always have the capacity to directly bring it to larger areas and larger number of communities. And we know that there's always limitations at the field level. So what we did in this model said, no, we should definitely have different steps in that process. First, very importantly, is we need a diagnostic research phase. We need to really understand the situation, do this participatory situation analysis, and actually inform what needs to be done in terms of applied research. And if we actually find that we have the technologies, but they need to be adapted, we need to clearly design those adaptive research phases. An adaptive research phase, what we realize, has to have these 2 components. the adaptation of the innovation, as well as the development of this outreach strategy that suits the local, institutional, and community context. So those are two very important steps that have to be planned as research activities, not as just like, you know, an extension activity. They have to be designed and then have to be piloted and evaluated. And of course, there always has to be good evaluation at all those phases to be able to provide that evidence to influence policy. And then policy can then hopefully influence the development system. So these two areas, these two kind of research phases are unique in a way and need to be thought of how we implement them within our institutions. And that's not always easy, and we'll see later. One thing is that it requires this transdisciplinary approach and the co-innovation platform to really facilitate this transdisciplinarity. So what do we mean by transdisciplinarity? It's not just multidisciplinary, where we have different disciplines doing their own thing and eventually putting together. It is really about crossing the boundaries of the disciplines and where the ideas, you know, come together and relate to farmers' realities. And then development in that way becomes a discipline in itself that has to be considered, you know, within evaluating each of the components of the different more academic disciplines. It blends methods, it blends assumptions into a shared methodology. And then at the end, we have to draw conclusions for each discipline so that they reckon with the implications for the other disciplines, so that it really fits into the actual conditions in the field and not just in a vacuum of a research kind of activity. So these co-innovation platforms then are there required to allow for the dialogue across people from those different disciplines, understanding our ways of doing things and facilitating that collective planning and decision-making together with also the development stakeholders. So this framework was then taken to Timor-Leste for a project in the cattle industry, also funded by ACR. And we established what we called Ready Kamodi, which made sense in the local language, Ready being network and Kamodi being the acronym for Cattle for Good Life. They're basically innovation platforms that operate at the village level, divided into cells at hamlet level. And each Ready Kamodi or cell will have farmers, traders, technical and extension staff from the Ministry of Agriculture and other stakeholders. And of course, for the project, they were facilitated by field researchers. So the Ready Kamodi is the orange bubble in the middle, where these various actors work together. But in the context of the projects, they are supported by foraging cattle production scientists, business and marketing teams, and the communication for development team to be able to design and pilot the model before it is fully handed over to the ministry. Because that was what really why it was designed that way. It had to be something that could be independently implemented by the Ministry of Agriculture as an alternative rural services system without being a project. And up to date, we now have established 21 Ready Kamodis. It took a long time for 2 Ready Kamodis to really establish well, develop well, and people understanding what it was before suddenly there were a lot of requests from neighboring communities and other districts and municipalities to further expand it. But of course, MAF will have to embed it better first in their policies and in their extension system before they can really independently further expand it. And we hope to be supporting them with that in the coming years. So this is what it looks like. A lot of farmers, you know, establishing forages together, building pens, fattening cattle, workshops for reflection and planning activities, collective marketing, and eventually them also actually recording the experiences and sharing that with other communities. So from all these experiences, we can extract, you know, what the enablers have been to achieve sustainable impact as a result of research for development. So what we really learned is that the model, the development model that is being researched and piloted needs to have consistency between various elements. First, of course, the farmers' needs and their abilities with the nature of the innovation. That has to be consistent with the outreach design, and that all has to fit into the institutional capacity that is existing so that things can continue beyond the project. And so it has to be systems-based, because particularly poor farmers don't only improve in one area, they have to see how things relate to one another and diversify their risk. It has to be designed for purpose, and it has to be evidenced, you know, and piloted and shown that it does work before we can actually promote it for scaling up and scaling out. And also what we learned, there have to be these local champions and the local leadership that will be able to continue things and will be able to lift it to local policies and to programs. But there are also still a lot of barriers in the system. In Indonesia, as well as in many other countries, still many programs and institutions are sector-based and discipline-based, only looks at livestock or only look at crops, or and there are often limited incentives for people to collaborate across these disciplinary structures, you know, because they have their own funding available, they have their own indicators for success. And also the institutional traditions are quite rigid and favor the one-size-fits-all approach, and that we know that is not going to make a big change in the field. And these approaches are there usually because of funding structures that don't allow for that longer term and more diverse kind of implementation of activities. We also often see there's a disconnect between local, regional, and central policies. And even though locally we may have figured out together with communities what is needed, it may not always be supported by central policies. And we also see that there has to be continuous committed leadership, and if not, you know, things can easily fall apart. And with good leaders, the problem is they always get promoted and they disappear from the scene, and sometimes we start all over again. So what does it mean in terms of transforming these research, development, and extension functions so that we will have sustained impact? First of all, we have to really emphasize partnerships within the institutions where people from different disciplines and different capacities work together across the institutions, so that it also matches the final outreach opportunities, and it would need to include private sector and community. The second principle would be that we have to always look at tailor-made design. As we know, there's no one size fits all. We need to look at diversification of by region, by farming system, by socioeconomic class, gender, ethnicity. There are many reasons why we need to make the design very specific to be able to work at its best. The third principle would be allocate appropriate time. Change cannot be rushed. Programs need to be longer term. We can't expect major change institutionally or in people's practices within a couple of months, or not even within a year. And therefore also there needs to be continuation of teams to take things forward and really understand more and more and improve the models that are being developed and the support that is being given. And last, we need to look at a change of indicators for change. Of course, the traditional indicators of production and economic indicators are still very important, but we also have to look at the human and social indicators to understand that we have achieved at that human level and social level the foundations for continuing the change process and achieving the impact. We have also to have indicators for the effectiveness of the process to be able to advocate for further investment of those processes. And there needs to be indicators for the institutional suitability to carry the change processes forward. So, and I really look forward to discussing with you at the conference, what experiences you have to make this eventually happen. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for Ibu Dr. Eske. I think we have two speakers from Australia, also very much the experience for research in Indonesia, particularly for guidance our farmer in Indonesia. I think some activity in the farmer field. Ibu Elske with already explanation about the disciplinary research for development, transformation needed for in research, development, and evaluation function to achieve sustainable impact in farmer field. I think good explanation, Ibu Elske. I think we have still a lot of time, but before we discussion, I will to say about the conclusion. I think the first from the Peter Horn. I think I will to conclude it about his explanation. I think this the strengthening of agriculture, innovation, and dissemination to achieve sustainable development, which is done in IET, assessment, technology, and province. I think this is very clear about the explanation by Peter Horns, because we already done in the province, particularly to provide of the local specific innovation specific location, I think. And the second conclusion from the Peter Horn, these smallholder are facing big challenge. I think have a big five big challenge, limited from size, access to financial service, climate change also, price and volatility, also access market. And also I will to conclusion also about explanation from Ibu Dr. Elske. I think her so many experience in NTT, yeah, Bu Elske, NTT, South Sulawesi, also Southeast Sulawesi, for activity in the local farmers, to guidance for farmer of corn or maize, also the livestock for beef cattle. And I will to conclude also the explanation from the Ibu Elske. I think the very simple or sustainable of expanding. In fact, the first one is local champion. I think this local champion very interested to support the activity of farmer activity agriculture in the field. And also we have also RPGM or project policy in the local government. I think this is also very important for to decide also for guidance the activity of agriculture development in the field. Yeah. And another conclusion, I think they are very clear about the how to guidance of farmer. We should also strict with the for transformation of research, development, and evaluation function. We has also he has a partnership, tailor-made design. Times very important. We should strict also with time, also indicator for change. I think some conclusion I will include it. I was try to make the conclusion, and maybe we can continue for the discussion. We have still time, enough time, I think, until what time?
12.
We have still a lot of time, I think, until 12. Hopefully we can discuss, and we already try to look for the some participants will maybe have some question. I think who the first one, I think for Ibu Triani Dewi ya. Ibu Triani Dewi, I think we have you have time for question, please.
Open the video, Pak. Open the video, please.
Open the video, please. For Ibu Tri. Oh, yes. Okay, Bu Triani ya. Triani Dewi, please, maybe you have a question for two speakers, and please, your time.
Belum dibuka, Pak. Lihat dari komite. Udah. Unmute yourself.
Bu Triani, unmute yourself. Bu Triani.
Oke.
Yang kedua aja.
Yang kedua.
I can second participant for your time, Pak Kadeja ya. Your time, Pak Kadeja ya. Sorry, Kadeja ya. Oke.
Masih di mute ya.
Please.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to deliver a question to Dr. Peter Horn. I am certainly agree that the challenge faced by smallholder farmer. So what would like that I want to have a suggestion from you. What is the most needed for the capacity building for the farmers because they face the 5 challenges that you suggested. What is the most urgent capacity building do you think that's needed by Indonesian smallholder farmers? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Kadeja ya. Maybe next participant, Pak Agus Habianto, please, maybe your time for question. Pak Agus Hasbianto, your time for question. Your question.
All right, thank you. My question is for both speakers, for Dr. Elske and Dr. Peter. Okay, I believe that the characteristic of farmers in Indonesia is quite different with farmers in Australia. So from your research experience, is it possible to shift or to transform the Indonesian farmer from traditional to be a modern farmers? And if possible, how long it will be? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Agus. Maybe next participant, Ibu Lia Lairu. Your time. Ibu Lia Lairu. Okay. Unmute yourself. Unmute. Halo, still unmute.
Still mute.
Bu Lia.
Dia yang udah dibuka Pak. Mungkin dia punya.
Halo, Bu Lia.
Something
we cannot hear your voice. Halo.
Udah kebuka kok.
Tapi nggak ada suara. Ini udah kebuka dia.
Sorry.
Next aja Pak, Dwi Ratna Hidayati.
Mana? Okay, maybe still wait for Ibu Lia. Next Ibu Ratna. Oh, Ibu Dwi Ratna. Dwi Ratna Hidayati.
Okay.
Your time.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I have two questions, and what made me really interesting first is I'm currently a PhD student at Massey University, and I'm doing my PhD about agri-food value chains in terms about sustainability. My first questions to Peter, based on my understanding, value can be both added and being lost. So in terms of innovations for the rural development, I mean, do you have any strategy that when we're talking about smallholder farmers, that in what terms innovations can be applied in these smallholder farmers, because there is opportunity of this value. By using these innovations, the value can be lost. For example, in most of developed countries nowadays, they're changing into a more sustainable innovations. But how to deal with smallholder farmers, I think it's a bit tricky. Do you mind? I would like to know your idea about this. And secondly, for Mrs. Elske, about the communications in terms of private sector and the community, based on the references literature that I found, that most of this kind of activity tends to the private sectors have overpower about such kind of activities. I mean, what do you think about which part could best facilitate this community, especially smallholders, whether government or the NGO? And please let me know your idea about this. Thank you.
Okay, I think enough already have a question from, I think, 4 participants. The first one maybe Pak Jaya, Pak Agus, also Budwi, dan Ibu Elske. I think the first one maybe Pak Dr. Peter Horn. You can answer some question for the participants. 10 is yours.
Okay, thanks very much. Fascinating questions, hard questions. So I might just start with you, Kade. Your question was, what's the key capacity challenge that smallholders face, and that I think there should be an investment in? There's all kinds of capacities that they might need. I just have several comments. The first one is, I think we all need capacity development, actually, in the way we interact. One really good example is that we often will go into engagements with smallholder farmers with our own misconception or preconception about the way that they make decisions compared to the way we make decisions. And farmers make decisions in very sensible ways based upon their perception of their system. We might perceive those systems very differently, and we need to understand better why they're making the decisions rather than automatically trying to change the way they make their decisions. And there's some good examples of that in Indonesia. But it's a hard question you asked me, because if we're thinking about any particular system and any particular innovations, whether it's a technology or knowledge, farmers will need some specific capacity support. But if I'm going to answer in one area, I think the capacity development that is probably needed most for all of us, including smallholders, is the ability to work together to understand which innovations can be adapted and deliver benefits and why. I think we just need to improve all our skills in doing that. This is sort of experimenting and learning together. And I'll give one quick example. We have been involved in the development of a fantastic technology. It's an invention with Zimbabwe farmers, and it's a very simple tool that allows farmers to identify whether they're applying too much irrigation water to their land or not. It's a very simple tool that has a green light or a red light, and that tells them whether there's enough soil moisture in the ground in that rooting zone. A lot of work went into the development of the innovation, but systems are transforming in Zimbabwe using this innovation, but not primarily because of the technology. It's actually been well documented that it's primarily because of the systems that were put in place to allow farmers to work with input suppliers, to work with researchers, to work with traders, and to work with irrigation systems managers. To me, that was the really innovative part there. And so my answer around capacity building is, if we're going to do one thing, if we're going to focus on one thing, noting that there will be specific needs for capacity building depending on technologies. The one thing is this ability for all of us to understand how to experiment and learn together. If I might go to Agus. Agus mentioned that the characteristic of farmers in Indonesia is different to Australia. Yeah, to a large extent, there are big differences, but there are also some common things as well. When I see Indonesian farmers talking with Australian farmers, very often what I notice is them all recognizing what's similar between them rather than what's different. In other words, a similar attitude to land, to rainfall, to the environment, and to vulnerability. But having said that, you're quite right, there's some big differences as well. So your question was, do you think it's possible to transfer Indonesian smallholder farmers to be modern? My unequivocal answer is absolutely yes. Absolutely yes, no question in my mind. There's a pathway there, and I think, as I mentioned, smallholders are not all the same. It's like all of us in this conference. We can look at each other and we see where we are different from every other person in the conference. Smallholder farmers are the same. Some will be able to move up into being, quote, modern or market linked. Some will not. And all their choices are legitimate. But if I give one example, 25 years ago in Vietnam and Thailand, there were millions of farmers that grew cassava in their backyard as a food crop, just hoping that if their rice failed, they could eat cassava. Through a long process of transformation, there's now, for example, in Vietnam, 2 million farmers that grow cassava as an agro-industrial crop. They take their cassava to the processing place in the back of their own cars, whereas 25 years ago, they didn't have a cow and cart. A very, very big transformation that involved the private sector building collecting facilities. It involved research, varieties that were good for starch production, and it involved thousands of on-farm experiments and engagement. So yes, in short, I'm absolutely convinced that Indonesian farmers in many sectors, some already have and some will continue to move towards being market-linked and modern. And finally, I think Dewi had a question, a great question, about value can be added and value can be lost. And innovations for rural development can play a role in both. And what's the strategy for what kinds of innovation can be applied within that context? Really great question, Dewi. I'd really love to see your PhD with that kind of thinking going on. Just a very quick example for everyone of where value can be lost. We do quite a lot of work with the Pakistan smallholder dairy sector. Pakistan produces the third most milk in the world, and all of that is with smallholder farmers who produce about 4 litres of milk per cow. Very, very low productivity, but a very large number of animals. This is a system where value is lost all the way along the value chain. The way people make money is they add water to the milk. From the farm to the consolidator, to the reseller, to the company, water is added all the way along the chain. That's how they make money. So this is a case where value is being lost. I would argue, Dewi, that whether it's about helping farmers increase value or whether it's about reducing the amount of lost value, the process is the same. It's understanding the opportunities that might result in mutual benefit for the milk, what they call the donny man, the donny person who collects the milk. They want to make money, they want to make profit, the farmers want to make profit. Getting them all together to understand where they have a shared incentive to do something where everyone will benefit, and coordinating trials and experimentation that will result in that. So it's about reducing the value lost or increasing the value gained. I think the process is likely to be the same, but we just need to engage, understand what the real challenges are that people are facing. And I would end by saying, we often talk about engaging farmers in research. That's not because it's a nice thing to do. It's an essential thing to do if it's oriented towards delivering impacts on farm, because farmers are the experts in their systems. No matter how much we study those systems, we will never become experts in those systems like farmers are. So we need their expertise at the table to help us understand how we can make our research more effective. Back to you in Jakarta, or in Bogor and Jakarta.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Dr. Peterholm. I think very clear, yeah, all of the questions from three participants. Maybe if still not enough, we can discuss another time, I think. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Peterholm. We can continue for Dr. Elske. Okay, hello. sorry, some noise. Okay, we'll continue for Ibu Dr. Elske. You have also some question from Pak Agus tadi, ya, from Pak Agus and also Ibu Dwi.
Yes.
Okay, time is yours.
Yeah, you should be able to hear me now. The problem is we cannot unmute ourselves, and I think that's also why Leah had issues. So, but we have to wait for the organizers to get to click a button. So yeah, thank you very much. Very good questions indeed, and great to engage with those topics. So first, I'd like to respond to Pa Agus Hasbianto. And I think, and I really, what Peter said, I fully agree with that, but I may have a few additional ideas. So first of all, I don't have actually any experience with farmers in Australia. I've mainly worked in, with farmers in Asia and, Mongolia and East Africa. And I grew up on a farm in the Netherlands, but and every place has its own characteristics. Even in Indonesia, there's huge variety between, smallholder farmers, for instance, if we look at the Lembang area who grow vegetables versus, smallholder farmers in Kupang, it's huge difference. And I think we have to acknowledge that difference and what it means for them to become modern or modern in the sense, maybe become more market connected, have farming actually as a business rather than for subsistence. So, and that's very important to recognize, and we cannot therefore not set a time how long it will take, for that to happen. We have to design those processes specifically for, people who are at a certain stage in becoming a more commercial farming. And as Peter put in his presentation, some farmers will actually drop out because they will not be part of a more modern system, whereas others maybe can improve. Now, what I have learned is very important in the process of becoming more modern is first actually having a vision for yourself, having a vision that you can become, that you can get out of, subsistence farming and go into more commercial farming, and that it can be a way of living. And that is a process we need to design. It's not just by seeing a technology. It is really by realizing what your opportunities are, what the assets are, and what you have to do to turn that around. And that's what I call that process of conscientization. For the Tanam Jagung Panen Sapi project, initially, we actually designed a simulation game. And you saw some of those pictures. The last picture was even Pataufik, he was playing the game and to learn what it would take to understand the system through simulation and learn about the opportunities. And the main thing that farmers said who were engaged in playing that game, and it was skilled up and some of the extension officers still use it to facilitate the farmer groups. They said, well, we learned a lot of things about the innovation, what we can do, and about commercial. But the main thing is it opened up, we have a dream now. It opened up our eyes that we can actually get out of where we are and what it takes, what steps it all takes to make that happen. And very often, we design these really good fancy projects, but they are for farmers who are maybe already at a STIGA level, whereas the farmers we work with are still in TK, and we cannot right away graduate people from a higher degree if they don't have for instance, the abilities in terms of, the funding to make investment or the labor in the families or the knowledge, or, there's many elements that need to fit. So therefore, we really have to design that based on the local people and not only introduce the technologies, but particularly the critical skills to make it work out. They can work it out, they can do small experiments to test things in their own fields, not as part of a project, where the extension officer do this, that, and that. They have to work it out and adapt it, and therefore they have to become empowered. They have to be able to say, well, this works for me and something else doesn't work for me. And like the farmer who, from the surplus of the corn, actually decided to buy pigs, or another one actually bought a rice thresher to start a business rather than the cattle, the small calf, which the researchers had. So it is about people being able to make the decisions what works best in their particular situation. So, and I think we need to learn to support and to facilitate that, and that's what Peter said as well, become this T-shaped researcher where you have your very strong kind of disciplinary expertise, but you understand what it takes to make that work in a certain socioeconomic context. So yeah, there's a lot of work to do, but I've seen lots of great initiatives. The only thing what it needs to do is we have to get out of from doing just projects that work well, get funding for a year, as is typical of the funding structures in Indonesia, and then move on to the next thing. We have to be able to continue those things and strengthen them and expand them and adapt them to the local situation. So what I've learned from all farmers across the world is that, I've had a lot of fights with extension officers about, who said, oh, farmers are too backwards, they don't want to change. I think all over the world, any farmer who sees an opportunity and understands how they can make that work for themselves, they will change. And so we have to work from that kind of basis ourselves as researchers and extension officers. We have to make sure that they can be facilitated in that process of change. So then my answer to Ibu Ratna, who asked about, who can facilitate the process of empowerment of communities better, the government or NGOs. I don't think it matters what institution it is. What matters is the people who are involved in that actually have the skills to do that and are rewarded in their system for doing that. If as scientists, maybe even in a BPTP, we only get, if the main incentive is that we have international journal articles, right? Then we work for writing papers that can make it to international journals rather than working for farmers. Whereas if we actually say, well, what is important is that we support farmers to increase their livelihoods, and that gets rewarded within the system, then of course, they are more likely to develop those skills and, and can be supported with those, with professional development that allows them to facilitate those processes of empowerment. And many of the researchers, they do that naturally, but some just they need to learn it, and they have no incentive in the system very often to do that, because we still get rewarded for publications rather than for impact in farmers' fields, right? So, and NGOs typically, their indicators for change are different. Their indicators are impact in the field. So they provide their staff with that learning about how to facilitate and how to communicate, how to listen well to farmers, how to connect the different stakeholders. So, yeah, so there's not one is better than the other. It all depends on, okay, who can do the job better, and what are we as institutions doing to support our people to be able to implement that. So I hope that answered your question.
Okay, thank you very much for Ibu Professor Elske. I think very clear your explanation, also for some question the participants. Okay, I think before we continue for two session discussion, I think Bapak Dr. Peter Horn, I think still have any comment or additional comment. I think time is yours, Pak Peter.
Thank you very much. There were a couple of questions on the chat, but before we do that, I just want to strongly support something Elske said. A really important step is being able to work with farmers to help them understand they can take control and influence their own future. In many societies, not just Indonesia, but all over the world, there's this quite common and understandable life approach, which is that you don't have control over your own future. It's tergantung Tuhan, or itu nasibnya. And so that's a really important part of working together, is that you have experimentation that shows you can control your own future. I remember working with some farmers in Indonesia on how they can improve feeding of their animals, in this case, buffaloes. And the buffaloes were used for plowing the fields in the wet season. Typically, they would lose weight. But on this occasion, the first year, the animals not only plowed the fields, but gained weight, which meant that they produced more calves. When we did the evaluation with the farmers, their conclusion was those buffaloes had magic in them. It was magic. And so we said, well, let's repeat the experiment again. And by the second year, they started to see, oh, maybe it wasn't so much magic, but we're actually changing the way that we can manage our own system. So I completely agree with Elske. A couple of questions on the chat. One from Daru, who was saying, do I have any comments on the problems smallholder farmers have with medicinal plants and being able to sell medicinal plants? I don't think there's anything specific about medicinal plants, but it's more about smallholder products that are sold into markets. And it is really about engaging with the different players who are involved in that market to understand what their issues are and how we can resolve them. Very, very typically, companies that are buying products from smallholder farmers know a lot about the marketing and the quality and processing of those products down to the last kilometre. That kilometre between them and farmers, very typically, they don't know about it all. We worked with BPTP and NTB with peanut production, and Indonesia's largest peanut buyer would open warehouses and put a sign out that essentially said, we buy peanuts. And they struggled to know why sometimes they got good quality peanuts and sometimes not. And the BPTP worked with that company and said, well, let's do some trials in that last kilometre. We'll go and work with farmers who are producing product for you, and we will understand what their issues are and see if there are some solutions for that by working with them. In the very first year, they identified 3 very simple things to improve productivity and quality. And 100 farmers experimented, and in that year, those farmers got 5 tons of peanut per hectare. All the other farmers in the area got none. The company had a real awakening to see we can engage through that last kilometre in helping both the farmers overcome difficulties, but us also understanding our supply chain. Now, medicinal plants are no different. Just a very quick example, the McCormick's company that sells lots of herbs from around the world, also getting into medicinals. 95% of their product comes from smallholder farmers around the world. They engage with their farmers in experimenting to understand the technical and the marketing and the quality aspects of production. And I think that's really the key. A second question, if I may. Paul asked about the health of farmers, and is this an issue? Absolutely. It's an increasing issue around the world, around health and nutrition, both in things like improving nutrition, but also in reducing negative impacts in health and nutrition on farm through things like mycotoxins in things like maize and peanut. But I'll just give one quick example. We've been involved in working with, through University of Sydney and the Papua New Guinea research agencies on bougainville, and doing working with about 4,000 farmers to understand the relationship between health in households and agricultural productivity. There's a very clear correlation between the number of chronic diseases and the yields of cocoa on those farms. Houses that had about 2 chronic diseases through the household were achieving about 40% of the yield of houses that had none, and houses that had 3 chronic diseases in the household harvested nothing from their cocoa farm. So there's a very strong link between the ability to produce food and money and the health in households. So it's a very key issue, and I think it's one that we haven't done enough work on. And finally, one last question from Paul was, what are the main problems to introduce digital technologies to the field? I'm sorry, my answer is going to be quite similar to what it was before. We have to test our assumptions. We as researchers might find a phone that looks fantastic, you know, as a tool for working with farmers, or an app. But we have to test the assumptions on, is it really delivering benefits? Are there issues with using that we were unaware of? Are there surprising and unpredictable outcomes from that? And how do we adapt that for mutual benefit? I mentioned in my presentation that data and the availability of data is really driving the explosion around the world of companies wanting to work with smallholder farmers. This did not exist 15 years ago. It's allowing, for example, large finance firms now to lend money to smallholder farmers, whereas it was impossible before. One very quick example in Africa of a coffee company that realized their commercial viability depended upon the commercial viability of the smallholders. The smallholders needed access to finance. The coffee company started digitizing the transactions of the farmers. They had about 11,000 farmers, and they started getting digital information about the transactions. So after 2 or 3 years, they found out that if you could put all of that data together, of 11,000 farmers showing that they had a very good record of selling quality coffee to a buyer and getting income, that became a very attractive investment opportunity for a big bank. That was not possible in the past, but this digital revolution is unlocking opportunities for companies to become engaged with the commercial private sector. So in short, my answer to you, what are the main problems to introduce digital technology? They're going to be very varied, but it really does involve engaging closely with and working with farmers to understand what's working and why, and adapting to that reality. Back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Peter Horns. I think we also still a lot of time also for discussion. Before we continue for a second discussion, maybe I will to say hello for Dr. Michael, Professor yes. Michael Madukwe from Nigeria. Welcome to this conference. I think we hope you can also join until finish our conference. Okay, Okay. Hello, Pak Prof. Michael. Thank you very much for joining with us. Okay, I think we will continue for second discussion because we have still maybe more or less half hour. I think we will continue for second discussion. We have 5 participants for question. Maybe one by one. I think Ibu Lia already tried in first discussion, but we cannot hear. Maybe the first for second discussion, Ibu Lia Layering, time is yours for question. Yes. Ibu Lia still join with us? Okay. Time is yours. Bulia, we cannot hear your voice. Sorry.
Already unmute.
Bulia already unmute your.
But your voice is not here.
Yeah, your voice cannot hear from him.
Okay.
For us.
Okay. Next.
Okay, I'm sorry, Bu Lia. We will continue for second participant. Lansana ya, Bapak kali, Bapak Lansana. Please your time for question.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Am I clear?
Okay. Yes. Clear.
Okay. Thank you very much. Giving me the opportunity to be part of this conference. There are a lot of things and a lot of, especially from the first presenter, I got a lot of information. In Africa, we still have a great challenge, especially with the value chain aspect and the value added. And the first presenter gave a vast explanation on that. We are still facing the issue of, I can highlight so many, but I'm talking about education, introducing digital technology for farmers where we still have the challenges of education. And I want to know from our first presenter, Dr. Peter Holmes, what policy recommendations could be viable, could be proactive on the aspect of government to support this system where smallholders farmers in Africa, despite their production capacity, is only meant for like 6-month household food because they cannot even sustain because of lack of technology, lack of finance, access, especially for women. So I want to know if there is a strategic government to actually support those farmers to get what they how they can improve this sector. Secondly, so much effort. We hear about how important the agricultural sector is. We still have the concentration from them. It is still very low. In the sense, if we know that agriculture is the blueprint for food security, but why government in those countries still have issues of supporting, knowing how proactive the agricultural sector is, but they are not focusing on it. So please, I want from this conference to gather an information how we can improve our own sector to at least feed the African populations. Asia has improved a lot, especially, and I'm very pleased to be sitting here especially from the benchmarking Indonesia. I'm very impressed about the agriculture sector and how this could be improved. But however, we also need technological transfer, how these ideas could be transferred to Africa and support the African farmers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Lansana from Africa. I think next participant will question Pak Catur Hermanto from BPTP. Pak Catur, time is yours for a question. Pak Catur still join with us? Hello, Pak Catur. Pak Catur still join with us? Okay, we will continue for next participant will has a question. I think Pak Yohanes Ngongo. Time is yours, Pak Yohanes. Suaranya apa? Suaranya Pak Yohanes. Unmute. Okay. Okay. Time is yours. Okay. Your voice cannot hear. Your voice already unmute. Halo. NTT nih, Pak Yohanes. Halo Pak Yohanes, your voice.
Pak Catur ada. Next, Pak. Next.
Tadi udah dipanggil.
Sudah dipanggil, tadi keluar. Okay, Pak Yohanes, please stand by. We will listen Pak Catur. Time is your Pak Catur. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you Pak KBP, Pak Ferry. I would like to address my question to Peter. As not really question, it's a response for your presentations. That's we are facing the problem for the smallholder farmer in Indonesia. And from our experience in the field, it's easy to deliver the innovation and technology to the farmer when the markets assure to take the product. That's the market-driven system will be the guarantee for us to be success to deliver the innovation. And then we in Indonesia there are many cases just like seed system of maize production done by some private. They guarantee the product to take as a off-taker, and then they simply put all of the technology there, then farmer will simply follow the commands. Please give me advice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Catur. Maybe we can to continue for other participant.
Yudi.
Pak Yudi ya?
Anggidai.
Pak Yudi, still there? Pak Yudi, still join with us? Okay, time is yours, Pak Yudi. Hello, Pak Yudi?
Yeah.
You here?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the chance.
Okay.
I want to ask Ms. Elske. It's interesting about planting corn, harvesting cattle, panen tanam jagung, panen sapi. I want to ask how the program provide fodder for livestock. I come from Kupang, and climatologically, the availability of fodder in Kupang is very difficult when entering the dry season. And until now, farmers in Kupang are still not used to it and are still having difficulty in developing feed gardens, mainly because of problem of availability of water in the dry season. I want to ask what your idea about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yudi. Simple question, I think. Maybe we can back to Ibu Lia. Still, Ibu Lia?
I think still problem with
okay, I think still problem with your laptop or communication, I think. But we continue for some question. Pak Peter Horn and Ibu Prof. Elske, you have some question. Pak Peter Horn, the first from the Pak Lana tadi. Pak Lana ya, from Africa.
Yes.
Also Pak Catur juga untuk Pak Peter Horn about the how to delivery for innovation, particularly for about a market. Also Pak Yudi for Ibu Elske, how to manage in dry land. Okay, the first time for Pak Peter Horn for answer some questions. Time is yours.
Thanks very much. Firstly, to Mr. Lana, thank you very much for that question. In summary, you were asking for policy recommendations can support uptake of digital technologies, especially for women, and especially in areas where education is a real issue. I'd like to say that whilst education can be an issue, if it's around basic numeracy and if it's around farmers who perhaps are not in that position to step up, to move up into being market-oriented, they can be a real problem. Elske mentioned Timor-Leste, that there's actually very significant issues with basic numeracy in Timor-Leste, and I would agree completely with you, Lana, that there are areas of Africa where this is quite an issue as well. But as with many technologies and many opportunities, we need to be sure that we're working with the right people at the right stage of development, if you use that term, and where they're actually ready to be starting to experiment with these. And there's some great examples of this. Kenya alone is an example where the M-Pesa mobile banking system has really revolutionized rural agricultural systems. I've seen there, for example, irrigation pumps where farmers can actually, with their mobile phone, pay some money, get a code that will help run the pump for an extra few hours, really liberating the ability to get technology onto farms. And another example is Myanmar, where the penetration of smartphones into the rural areas is among the highest of developing countries in the world, and this is unlocking all kinds of opportunities for sort of a digital transformation on smallholder farms. I don't want to oversell that because it's not going to happen everywhere. It's going to be quite patchy. So I guess my answer is I do understand there are education issues in some cases, but I don't want us to oversell that. I think it's really important we understand that farmers are taking up in many areas technologies that we can piggyback on in terms of digital information and digital impacts or impacts of digital digitization on transforming the sector. You asked me if there's policy recommendations. I'd like to highlight three. I think if governments really want to support exploring where digital ag tech can help transform smallholders, the first thing is to support a research-oriented culture in that space, not a rollout culture, but a research-oriented culture, not out an app and thinking that's going to work, really testing and understanding and evaluating it, and as Elske said, rewarding people for doing that work, not just the delivery of the app, but for the hard work of evaluating it. I think you also want to invest in understanding the impacts. That's the second policy area. It's really going to make, I would suggest that in much of the digital ag tech, 50% of the outcomes will be unpredictable from the beginning. So you need to invest in understanding those impacts. And the third area, and Indonesia is particularly, and I would say quite rightly concerned with digital ag tech, is we need to work early on understanding the issues around data governance and especially farmer data privacy. This is really important. We need to get it right. And I think, you know, in many countries it's true. I know it's especially true in Indonesia. Pak Catur, the problems, facing problems for smallholders in the field, you were saying it's easier to deliver innovations when markets are guaranteed. Absolutely, and you might remember the traffic light in my presentation highlighted red was I don't think we're good enough at all in the way we collaborate with the smallholder, sorry, the commercial private sector. These companies that are really looking to invest and really see it not as corporate social responsibility, but it's in their commercial interest to work with smallholders. But they need our support as researchers and policymakers and so forth in helping make that happen. I don't think we're as good at that as we should be. I worked in Sulawesi for quite a while, and I was really amazed to see in areas where farmers grew 2 rice crops a year, that as soon as a company came along and opened a maize dryer in that area, the next year, every farmer was growing maize. It just really reinforces what you're saying, Pak Catur, that markets can drive transformation. And I'll just leave you with one last comment. You'll often hear researchers say that smallholder farmers are risk averse. In other words, they won't take risks. My experience is the exact opposite. What I've seen most in my life is farmers willing to take enormous risks in response to the opportunities that are being provided by a market. Now, those opportunities may be real, or they may actually not be real at all. But where farmers take big risks and do transformative things, it's been driven by them seeing that they, either in reality or in perception, there's a market opportunity has come along. So it just reinforces what you're saying, Pak Catur. And I think we need to be better in identifying companies we can work with, where they provide market information, they provide innovation in markets that we can't do as researchers and as policymakers. They provide innovation in machinery or processing, quality adding, but very often they're actually quite surprised that there are people like yourself, Pak Catur, and others who can provide a lot of the answers to questions they can't answer. It's very common in the world to see companies that are dependent upon smallholders have very little idea about the production systems and the challenges they face. For example, a very big company, Olam in Singapore, they're one of the biggest traders of chickpeas in the world, but Olam really relies on a lot of other people in providing technical support to farmers in those chickpeas, but they know all about trading and quality and processing and so forth. So back to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Peter Korn for some questions you already answered. And we can continue to Prof. Elske to answer from Pak Yadi. Then it's yours.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a simple question, but I'd like to link it to some of the questions that were put in the chat, you know, to look at the larger picture. So Payuri, forages for livestock, we know it's a problem in the dry areas, but a good thing of what the team is now doing under the governance program is that they link it with the output of other projects. So they are now, you know, there was a previous project also on the use of lamtoro, of leukina for cattle feed, which is something that survives quite easily under the dry conditions. And once it's established, you know, they can use it as forage, you know, for a long time. So that is now being plugged into that initiative as well. So I think it's a great example of how different initiatives, research initiatives need to come together to actually make a difference in farmers' lives. So, and that links to a question that I think Ibu Bufroni had on the chat. You know, it's very difficult for small farmers to...
Ibu Lia.
No, Ibu Lia comes later. it was further up still. It was the question like it's very hard to get small farmers to make that change. What the advice to overcome that. And I think the main thing is just to identify first what we think is the technology that can make the change, but what are the assets that farmers have that they can turn their lives around, that they can make that change, and as we know in Timor, that example was, it was not the cattle because they didn't own it. All the benefits from enhancing cattle fattening would go to the dinas or to the rich people who owned the cattle, but it was their land, and from using the land better, they can generate money to then own their own cattle and then make a difference in the cattle. So it is, what asset can be put to work. And sometimes for very small farmers, it is not agriculture. It may become a tukang ojek or become, something else, then, and that's what Peter referred to. Some people will drop out of farming and then take up other businesses. So I think that's what we will really have to look at, and therefore the integration of, looking at how our research fits into the larger system is very important. Then I'd like to link to Ibu Lia, who finally managed to get her question out on the chat. So the question is, how do you make the transdisciplinary research for development or collaboration happen? And because it's really hard, it is very hard to do. And the one thing was that I said earlier, it is because of the incentives that we have. But it's funny that you say that, Leah, because you actually make it happen very well in Enrekan, where we've been working together a bit on the project she will be presenting later, where many of the departments and divisions of agriculture are coming together to develop this digital farmer field schools as a rural services. Sorry, there's an echo. Can it be changed? Yeah. Okay. Where the strength of that initiative is that it is coordinated by the Bupati, but all the different departments are coming together and are actually excited about suddenly seeing opportunities, how together they can make a change. So I think the main thing in that is that and that also relates to the question further up on the chat from Ibu Farida about how do you make that collaborative action happen, is first there needs to be a shared goal. People have to have very clear that there's a shared goal, but there is also a shared benefit, so that everyone has a certain benefit from having that shared goal, whether it is in terms of, good impact that you'll benefit from, or even in your professional career. But then also and that relates to both, research groups or other stakeholders working together, as well as for farmer groups. And then there need to be structures that have been developed to suit the way you can work, and so that there will be trust of working. And we see that the typical collaborative structure for farmers in Indonesia, the kelompok tani, is something that has been imposed on them, with like how many 12 books they have to fill out, all this administration that they actually don't see the benefit from, and they don't necessarily know what shared goal and shared benefit they have as members of a kelompok tani, right, of a farmer group. So, and that's what the difference was with the system we developed in the Redi Kamori. There was a very strong process in Timor-Leste, very strong process, both for researchers and for the communities and the technical officers. First define, okay, why do we want to do this? What are we going to get out of this? And what structures can we make work so we can provide the trust and the mechanisms to actually move this together. So yeah, that's, I think those elements are very important to make it work, but it requires a different way of thinking, different way of working, and a different way of rewarding people for how they do that. Hope that answered the questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Prof. Elske. I think we have still one participant, Pak Johannes. Still, you can try again, or maybe you have some question.
Okay,
It's yours. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry,
but it's still echo. Okay, thank you very much. My question is related to what the Dr. Peter mentioned and Dr. Elske. What is the strength of transdisciplinary research for development, especially if you're related to what Dr. Elske said, in Indonesia, especially in Timor, is we invest much in needs assessment. And the second one, I think we invest for training for facilitator. That's to kind what we are missing in our bridging our innovation to the farmers. But you also mentioned before, Dr. Elske, that it is a fact, but we have it's annual budget. Different to Australia, we have what is standby loan for 4 or 5 years. So needs assessment is part of all the program. So our needs assessment here just 1 week, and next week is implementation. So how can we compromise that kind of assistance so we can still working in Indonesia? If you little bit see about the tanam jagung panen sapi, I think our weaknesses before, I think we are not include our local government in the system. I can imagine if that's kind of good result, we already involved local government before, and they adopt that kind of innovation 10 years ago. You can imagine what's the impact of that. So it took time around more than 10 years before the present provincial government adopt this kind of innovation. So it needs look like a time frame for those kind of good innovation to be delivered to the farmers. For Dr. Peter Hortz, it's interesting. I hear what you mentioned about innovation ecosystem. Yeah, I need to little more to elaborate this kind of innovation. I think because it's look like similar what we call in Indonesia, maybe local specific or something like that. So and when now Indonesia is undergone a kind of policy related to research and development. I don't know, maybe probably look like CSIRO in Australia, maybe, because the government not allow us to have research and development under the department anymore. So, what is your opinion regarding that kind of changes in the policy related to research and development and in agriculture in Indonesia? And I relate to what you mentioned before, that is really good strength relationship between invention and adaptation system, what you call as innovation ecosystem. Thank you, Dr. Peter.
Okay, thank you very much for Pak Johannes from BPTP NTT. Okay, Ibu Prof. Elske, you can. Pak Johannes has had 2 questions, and it's yours.
Thanks, Pak Johannes. Echo. Sorry. And good to meet you again. I think you partly answered the question yourself of what is needed, in terms of those structures and the way things are done. But with regards to local government, we did involve them from the very start, from 10 years ago. You were still doing your PhD in Australia at the time, but it's, they were involved. They were we had many meetings to negotiate how it could be scaled up, but the system wasn't ready for that yet. And I think there may also not have been enough evidence. There was an interest, but then it interfered with another project that was distributing corn seeds of different varieties. So it was partly because of what I mentioned earlier, that how policies don't always align at central, provincial, and local levels. So they just weren't ready for it. But because the team, your colleagues, and I think you were involved as well later, persisted in, guiding those farmers and providing more evidence, and suddenly, some things changed within the ministry, the dots connected, and then it was, the shared kind of common goal became more obvious, and then the governor declared it program gubernur. So I think, and it is important, but it was extremely important. It wouldn't have happened if we actually had all that communication from the very start with them. You have to constantly do it, but it also shows how much time that takes, and particularly when it's a project that is different from a standard project that would just run for less than a year and drop, some inputs here and provide a standard, way of delivering the program. So yeah, so it's extremely important. And I fully agree with you. Those longer term kind of initiatives are very, very important. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Prof. Elske. I think continue, Pak, from Pak Peter Horst. You have also a question from Pak Johannes. Time is yours. About innovation ecosystem. Okay, time is yours.
Thanks, Pat Johannes. That's a good question, a difficult one. I hope I don't offend anybody with what I'm going to say. But yes, we're very familiar with what's happening with Badan Riset and Inovasi Nasional.
Yeah.
And it's a very big issue. It's an issue that many countries around the world deal with. It's true that in Australia we have CSIRO, and that's a little bit like Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional. What interests me about BRIN is the word innovasi. And it really cuts to the core of how does innovation happen? And I think it, you know, obviously everyone has different views on this, but I use that term innovation ecosystem very carefully because most innovations, and I would argue the vast majority of innovative things that happen related to rural development occur within an ecosystem rather than within a group of tight researchers who are, say, working on a particular technology. The innovation, there may be some innovative things happen in the invention, but the real innovation for impact comes from breaking out of that. So whilst I can see there's some real strengths and perceived strengths in forming BRIN, I have sort of two views on this, and particularly related to the innovasi part of it, in the title, that in relation to agriculture and rural development, we must, to drive that innovation, we need policy that supports cross-disciplinary and transdisciplinary collaboration at multiple levels, not just at national, but at province and district level. And so that must not be lost. In fact, I would argue that it has to be strengthened and really, again, strengthen the ability to do adaptation of promising things emerging, promising inventions emerging at local level. So I guess what I'm really arguing for is I really believe the BPTP system structurally is very sound, and the BPATP and the role that Balai Besar play is structurally very sound. It's strengthening the capability of individuals in that to work in ways that are not in a comfort zone, to work with the commercial private sector, to work with coalitions of people who all have interests around a change or an opportunity in a particular sector, identify mutual benefits, try and understand what each other's problems are. So it's complicated. And so in centralizing research under BRIN, I really, in summary, don't lose the ability to work transdisciplinary and make sure that we can continue to strengthen adaptive research at province, district, and sub-district level.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Wiederhorn for last question from Pak Johannes. I think for this second discussion, we will to finishing. Thank you very much for Mr. Lansana from Kenya, I think. Your from Kenya, also Pak Catur Hermanto, Dr. Catur Hermanto from East Java. He's head of IET with Java, Pak Dr. Catur. Also Pak Johannes Mongo, I think researcher from the entity, IET entity. Also Pak Yudi, thank you very much for your participation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all of participants, we already finishing for first plenary session. I think we can to say thank you very much for invited speaker, Bapak Dr. Peter Horn, also Ibu Profesor Elske Van der Velde, PhD. Thank you very much for joining with us as an invited speaker. Also, all of participants already contributing for some question that and already answer from our speakers. I think we will to closing for this session or first primary session. We will to give applause for our speaker. Thank you very much for us. I think thanks we listen to committee. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Ferry, as a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed the plenary session 1. Let's break for a 20-minute lunch at your respective places. After lunch break, we will have the second plenary session with other excellent speakers. Plenary session 2 will have 2 topics. First topic will be the role of feed innovation to support animal protein self-sufficiency by Professor Iko Mangge Wiryawan from IPB University. And the second topic will be the innovation system approach to agriculture development from Professor Michael Madukwe from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Please keep staying in this room while we're taking a lunch break. Please enjoy your break time and see you at 12:45 Jakarta time. Thank you.
and has always been an important issue in the world. All countries try their best to fulfill the need for food. Agriculture plays important role in the national economic development to achieve food security. Indonesian Agency for Agricultural Research and Development, or known as IARD, Ministry of Agriculture, was established in 1974. Until today, IARD has strategic role to improve agriculture efficiency and competitiveness, as well as contributing significant development on agricultural technology through its innovations. IARD is currently supported by 4 research centers based on commodities. They are food crops, estate crops, horticulture, and animal husbandry. IARD is also strengthened by 7 centers of specified research, 14 research institutions and stations, 33 assessment institutes, with total human resource of 1,680 researchers. 138 among them are research professors. IARD provides quality assurance of its research results through an accreditation or certification process to be acknowledged nationally and worldwide. IARD has produced thousands of innovative technologies from improved varieties, agriculture cultivation system, fertilizers and pesticides, to advanced technologies such as fertilizing drone or smart greenhouse. Around 600 technologies are the superior ones and are expected to be widely used by the community. Indonesia has a great potential to increase agriculture production. IARD contributes in determining its strategic food commodities, namely rice, maize, soybean, shallot, garlic, chili, sugar, and beef to be priorities for strategic self-sufficient program through innovative technology. Therefore, the national needs shall be fulfilled. Technology implementation from on-farm to post-harvest guarantees an increase in the quality and quantity of agricultural produce. The challenge to meet food needs is not only for the country, but Indonesia can also support the world. IARD will continue to innovate to provide technologies toward Indonesia as the World Food Basket 2045.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are entering the second plenary session. Plenary session will have two topics. First topic will be integration of beef cattle into soybean plantation to support meat self-sufficiency by Professor E. Komang Gewiryawan from IPB University. And the second topic will be the innovation system approach to agriculture development from Professor Michael Madukwe from University of Nigeria Nsukka. This session will be moderated by Dr. Pramayufdi. Dr. Pramayufdi is a senior researcher from Indonesian Center for Horticulture Research and Development. To Dr. Pramayufdi, the time is yours.
Thank you very much for the time for me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I also would like to say hello to our invited speaker from Nigeria. Good morning, maybe, for Professor Michael Madukwe. As mentioned before, we have two speakers this afternoon for plenary session. The first is from Professor E. Komang Gewiryawan from IPB University of Indonesia. And then the second one from Michael Madukwe from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Yeah. Both our presenter today is, I think, have a lot of experiences in their each of field. I think Prof. Komang have their many experience, has write more than 100 publication. And then he is also Chief Director of Tropical Animal Science Journal. It is Corpus Index Q2. And then Prof. Komang graduated for his PhD from Adelaide University. And there are many experience that he has so far. And then the second one, Prof. Michael Madukwe from University of Nigeria Nsukka. He got his PhD from University of Nigeria Nsukka in agricultural administration, specialized in agriculture innovation system. He is also a lecturer in that university and also editor-in-chief for Agriculture Extension Society of Nigeria. And he has wrote more than 100 academic publications in reputable journals. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have two experienced invited speakers, and of course, we hope that we will have good information from both of them. Without further ado, I would like to call Professor Komang to present his topic dealing with integration of beef cattle into soybean plantation to support meat self-sufficiency. The time is yours, Prof. Komang.
Thank you, Dr. Prama, for nice introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning from Nigeria. It is my great honor to be invited as a speaker in this very important conference. Let me share my presentation. Please allow me to share my presentation, please. Okay, thank you very much. So, just a minute. Get the pointer first. Okay, the title of my presentation, as mentioned before, is the integration of beef cattle into soybean plantation to support meat self-sufficiency. This is my research team in our Faculty of Animal Science, IPB University. The outline of my presentation will cover several aspects, such as beef consumption and production, and current condition of beef production in Indonesia, a potency of soybean byproducts, research on soybean byproduct on beef cattle, and closing remarks. This is the world beef consumption in 2016. In average, the beef consumption in the world is 17.4 kilogram per capita per year. But some countries have beef consumption more than 100 kilograms per year. Mostly the developed country, they have a very high beef consumption. For Indonesia itself, Indonesia beef consumption is still very low. In 2020, it's only 2.2 kilograms per capita per year. And this is much lower, even compared with other ASEAN countries like Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, Brunei, Vietnam, and just slightly higher than Thailand beef consumption. However, although beef consumption in Indonesia is still very low, it's only 2.2 kilogram per capita per year, but to supply the demand for beef in Indonesia, we still subsidized by the import cattle, either in the form of live cattle and also in the form of frozen meat. For example, in 2021, the prediction we need around 650,000 tons of meat, but the domestic production is only 400,000 tons. So the remaining 250,000 tons are subsidized by import from the live cattle and also from the frozen meat. From the previous figures, as I mentioned before, that we need at least 250,000 tons of meat, and this equals to 550,000 animal units. But from these animals, only 35% that can be provided for meat. So the edible carcass is only 35%. So the supply-demand deficit, so we need to multiply by 100 divided by 35 to this requirement. So at least we need more than 1.5 million animal unit. So one animal unit is one cattle with 450 body weight. So we need still a lot of cattle for self-supply. This is the current condition of beef cattle production in Indonesia. So according to BPS of 2021, currently we have more than 17 million of cattle. If this population is, the population structure is right, I think we can have a self-sufficiency. But mostly we have very low female cattle compared to male cattle. Besides that, the cattle production in Indonesia is very low. It can be caused by several factors. First is 90% of beef produced by 6.5 million smallholders, farmers, and they have a very low management and a low quality of feed. So the low quality of feed and management will lead to low body condition score. Low body condition score have a detrimental effect to reproduction, such as low conception rates, long calving interval, and high calf mortality. In addition, farmers regularly also sell productive female, about 10 to 30% for slaughter, because the farmers keep the cattle for deposit, and when they need money, they will sell the cattle. So how to improve beef production in Indonesia? Due to limited land, specifically available for cattle production, the solution is to integrate cattle production with agriculture. For example, beef cattle integrated with palm oil plantation. I think this already become the national program. And beef cattle integrated with rice plantation, beef cattle integrated with cassava plantation. And today, I would like to discuss about beef cattle integrated with soybean plantation. So from the soybean plantation, there are some soybean byproducts that we can use as animal feed. The first one is the soybean straw. The second one is the soybean pod husk. This is available on site in the plantation area, and the soybean meal and tofu waste. But this one is from the industrial byproduct. So at least the first two we can use to replace grass, especially during the dry season. This is the nutrient composition of a soybean byproduct. For straw and pod husk, they have a very low protein content and also low in energy content, but high in lignocellulose. In ADF, it's more than 40%. So in order to use this soybean byproduct as animal feed, we need to combine with other ingredients that contain higher protein and higher energy. For example, here we can combine with tofu waste and soybean meal because they have higher protein and higher energy. So in order to estimate the carrying capacity of soybean plantation, we need to calculate how much animal unit that need feed per day. So if we calculate one animal unit is 1,000 pounds or 454 kilograms. So for the cattle with the 450 kilogram, the feed consumption is between 6.8 to 10 kilogram dry matter per day, or equivalent to 1.5 to 2.2% body weight. It depends on the body weight gain that we expect per day. Most Indonesian cattle have a daily weight gain between 0.7 to 0.8 kilogram per day. So the feed intake required for cattle with a body weight of 450 kilogram or one animal unit with a daily weight gain of 0.75 is 10 kilogram. This is according to the curve, the daily nutrient requirement for cattle. So if we have 450 kilogram cattle, we need the feed intake between 6.8 to 10 kilogram. 6.8 kilogram is just for maintenance without growth. So if we want to have growth more than 1.3 kilogram per day, we need to have at least 10 kilogram of dry matter intake. So based on that calculation, so we can estimate the carrying capacity or the supporting capacity of the soybean byproduct. For example, here the soybean straw. So in average, the seed production of soybean plantation in Indonesia is around 2.5 tons per hectare. And at the moment, according to BPS 2017, the area of production is around 593,000 hectares. So from this plantation, the straw production is in average is about 4 tons per hectare. So one animal unit, as I mentioned before, per day they need 10 kilogram dry matter. So in 1 year, they will need 3.65 tons. So the carrying capacity of soybean straw from the plantation is 1.1 animal unit per hectare. So in total, if we multiply by the area of production, the total carrying capacity of the soybean straw is more than 650,000 animal units. This is one experiment that has been done by Anam et al. From University of Erlangga using the soybean straw based ration in Brahman cross cattle. In this experiment, they use three different treatments. The first one is the fresh forage. The second one is fresh forage with commercial concentrate. And the third experiment is fermented soybean straw complete feed. So the soybean straw is mixed with other ingredients to make a complete feed. And the soybean straw consisted of 35% in the ration. And of course, the crude protein and the energy is slightly different. So from this experiment, it shows that using 35% soybean straw in the ration, fermented soybean straw, so it increased the body weight gain, the feed efficiency, and also increased the propionic acid production in the rumen in expense of acetic acid production. Higher propionic acid production is beneficial for fattening cattle because propionic can be used as an energy source through the gluconeogenesis process in the liver. The other potential of the soybean byproduct is the soybean pod husk and tofu waste. The soybean seed pod husk, the production is 1.75 ton dry matter per hectare. So the carrying capacity is 1.75 divided by 3.65 equals to 0.48 animal unit per hectare. So the total carrying capacity is more than 284,000 animal unit. And the tofu waste from 1 hectare of soybean plantation, it can produce 0.44 ton dry matter of tofu waste. So the carrying capacity is 0.12 animal unit per hectare, and the total carrying capacity is more than 71,000 animal units. Another potential is the soybean meal, but of course in Indonesia, I don't think we have the factory for production of soybean oil. So this is mainly imported. So, but if we still calculate that 1 ton of soybean will produce 800 kilogram of soybean meal, or 80% of the seed. So 1 hectare can produce 2.5 ton seed. So from 2.5 ton seed, it will produce 2 ton soybean meal. So the carrying capacity of soybean meal is 0.55 animal unit per hectare. And the total carrying capacity is 326,150 animal unit. So if combined together from the soybean straw, soybean pod husk, tofu waste, and the soybean meal product, it can support more than 1 million animal unit. This is one experiment that we did in our faculty with the master student. And in this experiment, we used the soybean pod husk on Madura cattle. We had 4 treatments. The first one is native grass. The second one, 60% concentrate with 40% native grass. And the third one is 65 concentrate with 20% tofu waste and 15% soybean pod husk. And the fourth treatment is 50% concentrate plus 20% tofu waste and 30% soybean pod husk. The ration is formulated isoprotein and isoenergy for the third treatment, but of course not for the native grass. And the feed intake was adjusted to 3% dry matter of body weight. So the result of this experiment showed that the use of 30% soybean pod husk plus 20% tofu waste in tea treatment 4 did not affect the feed intake and the body weight gain. So compared with the 40% native grass, the result were the same. But in the feed efficiency, slightly reduced at the feed treatment of 30% soybean pod husk. And also the income of a feed cost was highly reduced using 15% and 30% of soybean pod husk. Because on that time, we bought the soybean pod husk from Central Java and transported to Bogor is quite expensive. So it influenced the income of a feed cost for the experiment. Although the income of a feed cost is reduced, but the revenue cost ratio is still above 1. So economically, using 15% and 30% of a soybean pod husk is still profitable. From the same experiment, we also measured the carcass quality of the Madura cattle, and we didn't see any reduction of the carcass quality. We measure from the pH, back fat thickness, loin eye area, water holding capacity, and tenderness. All treatment have the same result. It means that the use of 30% of soybean pod husk can replace the use of native grass, especially during the dry season. Another experiment that we did using the soybean pod husk on Ongol cattle. This one we use 4 treatments. The first treatment is concentrate, 70% plus 30% native grass. And treatment number 2, we replace the native grass with 15% of soybean pod husk. And the treatment number 3, we replace all the native grass with the soybean pod husk. And the treatment number 4, the soybean pod husk, we make it in the silage. The treatment similar to treatment number 3, but the treatment number 4 is in the silage form of the soybean pod husk. So from this experiment, I think it's consistent with the previous experiment. So the dry matter intake is not much affected by the replacement of native grass with pod husk, but at the 30% of soybean pod husk here, a little bit lower. But when we feed the cattle with soybean pod husk in the form of silage, the dry matter intake increased again, similar to the use of 30% native grass. And also the body weight gain also not different with the cattle fed with 30% native grass, but there is a reduction for the cattle fed with 15 and 30% soybean pod husk. In this experiment also, we found that feed efficiency for 30% soybean pod husk silage can be used to replace the 30% of native grass in the ration. And the income of a feed cost is also very much similar between the cattle fed with native grass and the cattle fed with in silage soybean pod husk. So as a closing remark, so the cattle production can be integrated with soybean plantation to optimize soybean byproduct to support meat self-sufficiency. So the carrying capacity of soybean plantation from the soybean byproduct is soybean straw, 1.1 animal unit per hectare, soybean pod husk, 0.5 48 animal unit per hectare, and tofu waste 0.12 animal unit per hectare, and soybean meal 0.55 animal unit per hectare. So considering the area of production in Indonesia, if this combined together, it can support more than 1 million animal unit of cattle per hectare. And the utilization of soybean straw, soybean potash, and tofu waste up to 50% in the ration could maintain a good cattle performance and meat quality. I think that's also my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Komang Wiryawan. I think it's a very interesting presentation and also nice information for us. Yeah, it is the challenge for us to increase our cattle production. So many materials, so many potential that we have, but of course we have to work hard to increase the cattle production. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think you will have many information and also question for these topics, but wait for our second speakers. So our second speaker is Professor Michael Madukwe from University of Nigeria. I think this time for us to give chance to him to present his topic for us today. Please, Professor Madukwe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will quickly go to my topic. Thank you. The title of my work is Innovation Systems Approach to Agricultural Development. Just a minute, please. Challenge. What is happening? I can't change my slides. Okay. My outline will involve introduction, efforts leading to innovation systems approach to agricultural development, agricultural innovation systems, conditions for success of the innovation system, value added by the innovation systems in agricultural development, constraints and challenges to uptake of innovation systems approach to agricultural development, and then approaches to strengthen uptake of innovation systems in agricultural development. Agricultural development is a powerful tool for reducing poverty and fostering economic development. However, economic development requires and depends on innovation. You can see the correlation of the two. We need agricultural development to achieve economic development, but it also depends on innovation. Promoting innovations in agriculture requires coordinated support to agricultural research, extension, and education. These are the three pillars of agricultural development. Fostering innovations, partnership, and linkages along and beyond agricultural value chains, very critical. Creating an enabling environment for agricultural development. Apart from strong research and development capacity, the ability to innovate often is linked to collective action. That's coordination among actors. Knowledge exchange among diverse actors. Incentives and resources available to form partnership and develop businesses, and conditions that enable farmers or entrepreneurs to use innovations. There have been efforts leading to the innovation approach to agricultural development. These efforts include the diffusion and adoption perspective, the farming systems perspective, agricultural knowledge and innovation information system perspective, and the more modern current one, agricultural innovation systems. If we look at it in a tabular form, you find the 4 systems in the 4 columns, and the era. The diffusion and innovation systems were more popular in the 60s, farming systems research in the 70s, agricultural knowledge system is in the 90s, and then innovation systems is from 2000. And each has its own characteristics in terms of mental model. The innovation system believes in co-developed innovation in partnership. Knowledge and disciplines, it is transdisciplinary, holistic systems perspective. And what the drivers are responsiveness to changing contexts and patterns of interaction among actors. And relation with policy, science, and technology developed in historically defined contexts, which is different from what we have in the adoption perspective. The role of science is that partners, one of the many responding to demands, and for farmers, entrepreneurs, innovators, exacting demands. We have innovators, there are multiple actors. Previous efforts, we had scientists that taking the lead, or scientists and extensionists, or farmer scientists and extensionists, but now there are multiple actors beyond farmer, beyond scientists, beyond extensionists. And the key change being sought is broader institutional change, creating innovation capacity. And institution here is taken as rules and regulation. And the intended outcome, capacities to co-innovate, learn, and change. Very important, learn and change. So if we look at efforts leading to the system, investments have not been able to cope with the demands and challenges, and limited sources of linear approach to innovation, as well as experiences and lessons learned about how innovation happens in practice, led to emergence of, and more importantly, the gradual adoption and implementation of approaches based on the concept of innovation systems. African Innovation System is a network of organizations, enterprises, and individuals to bring new products, new processes, new forms of organization into economic use, together with the rules and policies that affect their behavior and performance. Its emphasis is on linkages, on people, infrastructure, institutions. A simplified conceptual framework of agricultural innovation system is presented in this schema. You will find that you have here agricultural research and education system and including research. And on the right, you have agricultural value chain actors and organizations, consumers, processors, producers, and input suppliers. And at the middle, you have a bridging institution, political channels, stakeholder platforms, agricultural extension systems. If we put it in proper perspective, it will be in a secular form. This one looks linear, but it is more systemic, because you now find the key actors coming into blocks. Then we now have the policy and investments. We have linkages to science and technology policy, linkages to international actors, linkages to other economic sectors, and linkages to political system. These linkages are very important in understanding the actual innovation system. Challenge again, moving this. Haven't challenged moving the slides, starting from your own end. There are certain conditions for future innovation systems to prosper. The right partners must be brought together to establish a common language, a shared vision, clarity about costs and benefits, support for collaboration, processing, opportunity to develop trust, and very importantly, development of the technological capability of each actor. Each of the actors in the innovation system must have their capabilities properly developed. Earlier speakers seem to have alluded to this. Without those capabilities of the actors, the issue of linkage and learning among actors will be low. And that will reduce the innovation system's output of turning knowledge into wealth. There are certain values that we have gotten from using this system. The emphasis is on outcome and growth from knowledge generation and adoption, rather than just strengthening research systems and their output, which has been the effort of most developing countries looking at research systems in cases, without looking at it as a system. Draw attention to the totality of actors and factors needed for innovation, and driving emphasizes innovation deriving from an interactive, dynamic process, something that has to do with linkages and multiple knowledge source. No particular actor is entitled to or has monopoly for knowledge. Each actor can generate and also disseminate. Then interactions within a sector, then consolidates the role of private sector and agribusiness, very, very important, and brings to the fore the need to build the innovative capacity of the diverse actors. We have mentioned that. There are certain constraints and challenges in using the innovation system approach to agricultural development. One is the transaction cost for meeting farmers' priorities. Understanding farmers' priorities is important. Farmers are not willing to invest in time and resources in participating in the innovation process that's not very clear to them. We also have the political and institutional and economic barriers to bring using innovation systems. At the organizational level, there is need for effective development and deployment of mechanisms that can carry forward the innovation processes. I've said that it is important for us to realize that there are many agencies involved, and bringing them together has its own political challenges. Then we must realize also that the multi-level governance structure exists and needs to be strengthened. Agriculture is not administered or governed at a particular level. It is governed at multi-level. The actors at the different multi-level are very, very important to recognize. And then the structure from one level to another should be understood. Policy engagement is important. Put necessary policy, institutional, technical, and financial means to mainstream innovation systems approach to agricultural development. This is critical. If you don't engage the policy actors, you will not make headway. Innovative financing is important. The uptake of innovation systems approach will require institutional and governance mechanisms to co-generate information, ensure broad participation, and harmonize policies. The practice of an actor working in capsule and expecting that the other actor will take information from him will not work. You need to co-generate information and trust. The policy engagement issue Lane identified two interlinked approach to policy engagement, creating a political space and the policy space. Political space through advocacy and outreach. To have the eyes and ears of major political actors is very critical. And also a policy space to influence policy making and strategies is also very necessary. And these are areas that you find weak. From my experiences, we find weak in most countries. The political space, the advocacy is not there, and the policy space is also weak. In some countries, you find that there are no policies, there are no specific policies that target agricultural innovation or that support agricultural innovation to thrive. Then there are approaches to strengthen this. One is use of value chain and the private sector actor, which is very important because value chain have two characteristics that make them suitable for mainstreaming uptake. First, they provide a mechanism for linking multiple actors around a common objective by creating space for dialogue, knowledge exchange, and capacity building, and strengthening negotiation capacity. Second, they provide market-driven demand that may provide a demand-led strategy. The other approach is use of ICT and services. Very, very important because ICT have become effective mechanisms and knowledge sharing platforms. Open up access to external knowledge for women, youth, poor and other vulnerable groups to participate. Adopt multi-stakeholder partnership initiative. These are tools of collective action. They allow for structured collaboration between multiple actors from different sectors or who often otherwise may have inherently different interests. They emerge out of the realization that no one actor can tackle the issue alone. It requires a system-level effort. Then coordination and collaboration between stakeholders allow for inclusive decision-making that incorporates varied perspective, institutional expertise, and available data to focus on innovation and localized strategies that are appropriate for local challenges. This collaboration should not just be within, it should also have a geographical spread, not only within a country, within regions and across regions, so that learning can be quickly shared. Then stakeholder engagement to develop or strengthen MSPs. Stakeholders can be mapped through a process, and that process will involve identifying key stakeholders. Very, very important. And these key stakeholders, like I said, is not within just an economic activity, a crop or livestock or a geographical area. It should go beyond geographical area, and lessons can be learned across our borders. Analyze key stakeholder position in the agricultural innovation system, understand present stakeholder perspective, their interest, their influence, and power as it pertains to the agricultural innovation systems approach agricultural development. What are their interests? What influence do they bring? What power do they hold? And you have to find those with influence, interest, and power and work with them to achieve the streaming or using agricultural innovation systems in agricultural development. Map key stakeholders as supportive. Are they supportive? Who are supportive? Who are neutral? And who are vast? And the matrix illustrates power and stakeholder relevance to uptake of the innovation systems approach. It's important to know who are these stakeholders, which of them are supportive, those are neutral. The approach to those are supportive will be different to the approach of those that are neutral, those you want to go and sensitize to come on board, and those that are vast. Each requires different approach to bring them on board in innovation systems perspective. Then prioritize what can be done to move stakeholders using the matrix, right stakeholders, relevance, and power, and the challenges and opportunities in realizing innovation systems approach to agriculture development. It's important. If you don't know your stakeholders and you cannot map them, it will be difficult to move, because this is an approach that requires many actors, and you have to just find a way of dealing with each actor to achieve the objective. Strengthening innovation systems approach to agriculture development should be supported by a strong political will at national and I would say at regional and continental level, crystallize into strategies that can guide nationally led actions and provide a basis for mobilizing international support. A gender-sensitive approach should be applied in the design and implementation of innovation systems and policies to agricultural development. We notice that women should be involved as key stakeholders, since women play roles in agricultural development. It is important they are taken on board from the outset. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Madukwe. I think this very comprehensive information about how we can make agricultural innovation system worthwhile for our farmers and also for many stakeholders that dealing with agriculture. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have two speakers has informed to us about many aspects. Yeah, the first one about integration of cattle with soybean, and then the second one is dealing with innovation agriculture, how to make agricultural innovation system worthwhile for those who dealing with agriculture. While we still have time, about 30 minutes, to discuss both topics. So for that, I invite the participants to directly ask or clarify or something else to our both presenters. Please. Hello. Is there anyone would like to comment or to give comment? Okay. Pak Ferry, please, Pak. I think you have to unmute, Pak Ferry.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Dr. Pramayuti, as a moderator. This is chance for me for maybe some question or statement to Pak Prof. Komang. Thank you very much, Pak Prof. Komang, because my friend, I think, long time we not meeting for seminar international, but today we say thank you very much for two speakers, invited speaker. Maybe I just maybe have some question to Prof. Komang related the utilization of soybean byproduct. I think so many in the plantation, in farmer to develop of our plant soybean, but I think also available of the byproduct soybean. The problem is when we use the long time for byproduct, maybe occur of the microbes, decomposition of microbe for soybean byproduct, because byproduct from the soybean, I think, high the protein. I think also very easier become decompose. So how to manage to we can store it a long time for soybean. The second one question for Prof. Komang. How about the price of the soybean byproduct? I think we should also need the statement how to spread off in the farmer, because if high price of the byproduct, let's say the seed pot soybean, I think relative expensive the price, but in your presentation still not say about the price of byproduct of soybean, let's say tofu or pothas of soybean. I think enough, my friend, my question. Thank you very much, Pak Moderator. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Pak Ferry. I see there are 5 raised hands here. Okay, I choose the first one is Ibu Bes Tisna. Please, it's time for you. And after that, Pak Dani.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for this excellent presentation for both of the speakers, for Professor Komang, as well as from Nigeria colleagues, Professor Mike. Let me have some comment on Professor Komang's presentation. Very comprehensive presentation, Pak Komang, and it has also a lot of information on beef cattle productive performance based on the soybean byproducts. My question is, soybean planting is scattered around the provinces. Then the most productivity province is in soybean is in East Java, Central Java, West Nusa Tenggara, West Java, and South Sulawesi. And the tofu byproducts already been used massively, largely by the farmers. The availability is kind of scarce right now. Yeah? So my question is, how do you put them into a system? How do you utilize the soybean husk? You know, they're available, but you have to make like a kind of wheat plants, you know, like factory and with machinery, how to provide the byproduct of the soybean into one pocket. And then my next comment goes to Professor Michael from Nigeria. My comment is only one, Michael. How Nigeria provide food availability from the national productivity? Are you import a lot of, can you hear me? Cannot hear. So I can just put my question into chat. So thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Pak Prama. And I will put my question for Michael, Professor Michael into chat.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Bes. And the next is Pak Dani. Please, Pak Dani. Unmute, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Prama Yufdi as a moderator. So I just want to know to Professor Madukwe, because I know the presentation is very good related in agricultural extension, because I am extension agriculture. I just want to know about, you said in slide, Professor Madukwe, about effort leading to innovation system approach of agricultural development. I don't see in your slide about delivery system. Maybe different statement in Indonesia is very important delivery system, how to deliver innovation to the farmers in the field. So maybe you can give information about in Nigeria about the agricultural extension, about how to deliver system in order to the farmer adoption, the technology or innovation. That's all my question. Thank you, moderator, Dr. Pramayufti.
Well, thank you, Pak Dhani. The next is Ibu Lia Lairing, please. Hello?
Yeah, hope you can hear me now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's very clear.
Yes. Okay, so this is actually also a testing for my voice because this morning I couldn't connect to the audio. So
you're lucky now.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. This would be not really a question, but my reaction to the presentation, and I'm kind of connecting it to the first presentation in the previous session this morning about the integration of big cattle into soybean plantation, which provided by Prof. Komang. To me, it has something related to the presentation made by Ibu Elska this morning, which actually from that side that this one coming with the innovation of how to get make use of pod husk of the soybeans and all the agriculture waste that we can turn into the beef system. But in the same time also, it's very important to link to that presentation made by Ibu Elska that putting that as how we are going to put that into, to make sure that this can be adopted by farmer. So that will be something linked to that increase the buy-in of not only the farmer, but also the all stakeholders around, include the extension officers. So to me, it's really interesting, and thanks for organizing this conference, because it actually brings all together, and that's where we can see that each of us can contribute from the different specialities, like those who are coming with technical side, putting the innovation, and then some other from the communication, rural communications expertise, bring them together to bring the benefit for the farmer. And the similar comment also made to the Professor Michael from Nigeria about the innovation system approach. In addition to what brought by Pak Dhani previously about efforts to extension to innovation, I would say that in Indonesia, or maybe in other region, that whatever innovation that we have, sometimes other factors that beyond of the innovation itself also contribute. Let's say this morning, one of the question was asking about the price of the market. So it's demand. To me, the innovation also has to think of demand-driven innovation, because to my experience is that whatever the innovation that we bring to the people, to the farmer, that's always that the market, the price of the markets driven those innovations. So if we think of uptaking or diffusion of innovation, that factors contribute a lot to the diffusion of innovation. Let me give an example of providing innovation in horticulture, for instance, on how to do sustainable agriculture. From the technical point of view, there is nothing wrong. All farmers can adopt. There is no problem on the technical point of view, on the adoption rate of the farmer, because they see it as a benefit and they see also the ecological benefit. But the problem that the market does not differentiate the price of the product that's cultivated with sustainable agriculture, sustainable farming practices, with those using like more unsustainable way. So I would say that that incentive, those kind of incentive that still absent at the moment, so farmer could actually can easily go back to the previous behavior that they have if they don't see it from the economically economical benefit, although we agree that it brings ecological benefits. So I would like to hear from the professors, the two professors, for their advice on this matter. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ibu Lia. This is our problem actually. Well, we continue to the next, Pak Yohanes, please.
Thank you very much for moderator for allowing me to express my question or opinion regarding this presentation. It's a wonderful presentation. For Dr. Komang, it's really comprehensive information, I think, related to the cartel and etc. etc. I'm just thinking that because this is related to soybean, where all the area of soybean is in Java, while the people just own land less than half hectares. I'm just thinking, what's the practical implementation if this wonderful findings. The second one, as you know that my province, East Nusa Tenggara, supply around 65,000 head cattle, I think, for Java, for Jakarta. And one of your findings, I see that all cattle from the treatment for maybe can increase body weight gain around 1 kilo, more than 1 kilogram per hectare. So you know that most our cattle from East Nusa Tenggara is actually Bali cattle. It's around 80%, but just less than 20% is Ongol cattle, which is in Sumba Islands. Now, I just tried to link your research before that you soybean. Maybe we should think that maybe that kind of goods innovation can extend in Sumba Island, which is mostly for Ongol cattle. The second thing is I consider when you take out the straw from the field, it means there is something lost also that in the field related to nitrogen fixation, etc., etc. I think we should also to extend in our finding that when you take something from the field, this is something we should return that to improve soil maybe. To Professor Mikhail, I think thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I'm just thinking that because this area now we call it disruption innovation area. What do you think? What kind of innovation in what we call is a digital era? Digital era we can bring to the farmers. Take for example, now when we try to deliver what we call is a good innovation to the farmers, when we arrive there, farmers actually know much source innovation. Now how we to bring that innovation that they need in this kind of area, whatever you call it, 1970 or to 20, this still is a disruption era. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Pak Yohanes. And last, I think, Pak Lansana, please. Oh, our colleague from Kenya or something, please.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity. Actually, I'm from Sierra Leone, West Africa, studying in Indonesia. To my speakers, my colleague, my friend from Nigeria, thank you very much for the wonderful, information. It's very educative, as well as the one from Indonesia. This helps us to share ideas on how we can improve the sector. I got a question for my Nigerian, being that we are coming from the West African region. We know we still have a great challenges when we talk about the agricultural sector especially moving the product from the farmers to the market. One critical challenge that we know that the sector still contributes significantly to the economic development and growth. But however, we still have challenges of infrastructure. Example, those leading from the markets, from the producers in the rural areas, bringing it to the market. This is one of the greatest challenges for food security. Talk about the accessibility, how people can access. And one thing he talked about is the value addition. I remember I follow up with the current Minister of Agriculture, making mention of how much, despite with all the products, all the raw materials we have in Africa, for example, Nigeria still, subsidizing for importation of beverages with all this. This is because we lack the innovative ideas to add value to our product, to see how this product could be more marketable in our own markets. I can tell anyone that the market in Africa is so large about food security, about agriculture. But my question here is, as a researcher and a policy maker, I want to know what are the way in which one of the problems in Africa we have is making the agricultural sector attractive for both women and youth to participate. We are still using the old way that the agricultural sector for the rural areas are for the poor people or for the old people, because the value addition is not there. The market is not there. Someone can produce, get any access to the market, it cannot. So it starts losing value or losing the quality from the harvest process. So in which way we can innovate to increase and decrease this problem of which the farmers face, for them to at least the product could get to the market at the fresh stage. So which innovation strategies can you at least provide for farmers to make it more easier for them to get their product to the right market and be able to get value? Because it's only when they sell they can able to add value. Because up till now, I can confirm to you, and you can maybe confirm to me again, that we still have farmers who do not have the enough technology, to go into mechanized or commercial farming because of the value, because of by the time it gets to the market, it already lose value. So they cannot get value for their product. I want to know if there is any policy or any strategies we can, integrate to help farmers in the rural areas. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you, Pak Lansana. Sorry, I call you Pak because you are in Indonesia now, yeah? Okay, Professor Komang and Professor Madupe, we have six colleagues that comment and also ask to your presentation. So for the first time, I invite Prof. Komang to make a comment and also answer the question. Please, Pak Komang.
Thank you, Pak. All questions are very tough. So for the first question from Pak Ferry, I agree that agricultural byproduct in Indonesian condition is easily deteriorated, especially with the high temperature and high humidity. So this will be a big problem for the agricultural byproduct, not only the byproduct, the agricultural product as well. It will be very easy to damage. So one thing that we need to do is to decrease the water content, either the soybean straw or soybean pod husk. So if we can keep the water content below 10% or with dry matter more than 86 or 87%, the storage period of this agricultural byproduct can be lengthened and be maintained. So it means that for soybean straw and soybean pod husk, we can make it in the hay form. So that is the much easier way to do, because it doesn't need any cost at all, because we have the sun shining every day, and we can just dry it on the sunshine. And the second thing that we can do is to lengthen the storage time, is to make it silage, because when we make it silage, all of the decaying microorganism will be reduced, and the agricultural byproduct can be kept longer. So, and now I think we have several technology to make a very simple silage. We can use a bucket or plastic bags to make the silage to keep the agricultural byproduct longer, and we can use it during the dry season. And the second one is the price of the byproduct. Yeah, the idea that according to my title of presentation is to integrate beef cattle with the soybean plantation. So mean that we don't need to buy to transport the byproduct, because this is the most expensive. Even the rice straw, if we want to do experiment using rice straw, if we buy rice straw, it becomes very expensive because it's bulky and the transportation is expensive. So the best way is, as I suggested, is to integrate beef production and agriculture, either with the palm oil or cassava or rice field, or with the soybean plantation. And the second question from Ibu Bes, I didn't get the question because your voice is a little bit discontinue before. If I did not mistake, you asked about the best variety to be grown in Java or in outside Java.
Ibu Bes, can you repeat it, please?
Pardon?
Ibu Bes?
Can you repeat the first question, Ibu Bes?
Please unmute. Please unmute.
Okay, okay, thank you. It's not the best variety, you know, how you make it into a system, because the product is scattered everywhere. How to make into a system?
Okay, so yeah, the best way is to make such as cooperative, so we can collect the byproduct in one place and then do the technological treatment. For example, like to make a silage and so on. So in other words, we can integrate one or two cattle in farmers' agricultural land. So because as I said before, if we transport the byproduct, it becomes very expensive. So it is the best way is to integrate the agricultural plantation and the beef production. And the second one, I also didn't get your question, the second one, because the voice is not clear. Can you repeat, please? Ubes?
Please unmute it, please.
Yeah, because of the price of soybean tofu byproduct is quite expensive at the moment. And it's like a replacing protein for the animal, for the livestock. How do you replace the tofu byproduct with other ingredients that may be more available in the area?
Okay, this is one thing that we have in everywhere. So sometimes it's not ingredients available in one area. So if one ingredient lack, so we need to find from somewhere else. So the best thing, if we want to replace, for example, with rice bran with a low, but it's still higher than soybean husk, but the protein content might be is not enough for a good body weight gain. So in that case, we don't need to expect very high body weight gain, just for maintenance. And mostly, like in Australia, for example, during summer, it's very difficult to get the good grass over there. But on that time, the cattle is kept only for maintenance without high growth. I think if we don't have a high protein ingredient, we can just keep the animal just for stocker, for maintenance, and then after that we can sell or we can do the fattening program in the area. Okay, and the third one is Ibu Lia, how the technology adopted to farmers. I think this also big problem. I think in Indonesia, like a university work alone or a research center work alone, and sometimes is not matched with the requirement of the farmers. So I think this is need to be there is a bridge how to apply the technology produced by university and research center by the farmers. And from Pak Yohanes, so the low area, so the farmers has a very low area. So as I think it's similar to the question of Ibu Bess before, and then if possible, the farmer need to keep the animal according to the carrying capacity of the agricultural byproduct that they have. So not to put the high cost for cattle production. So the body weight gain, as I mentioned before, for Indonesian cattle, if on the fattening program, we can have most from my experience with some experiment in our faculty, using the Bali cattle or Ongol cattle, the maximum body weight gain is 0.9. That is already in the top body weight gain. But mostly in the farmers, it's only 0.3 or 0.4 kilogram per day, the body weight. But if we feed the cattle with a good ration or good diet, so we can improve the body weight gain of our cattle. I experienced with the Bali cattle, we can get 0.9 kilogram body weight gain per day. And the third question from Pak Yohanes, this straw from the field. So I didn't get, sorry Pak Yohanes for the third question.
Yeah. I just want to know, because when you take the straw from the field, there is something miss for the soil. So one of the main purpose of the plant legume is to improve soil fertility, at least for the next season, for coming season. When you remove this one for the cattle, there is something lost from the field. So I think that this is something maybe we should explore more, because you gain something, but in the other side you lose something. And the second one, I think, because sometimes it's also we encourage farmers to make the composting, that etc. Yeah, I think there is less opportunity to get straw from the field. That's my comment, I think, Prof.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So if the straw is used for the fertilizer, for example, for organic fertilizer, I think that's good. So as long as they don't burn the straw, because that will lose a a lot of organic matter from the straw. But if they can use either for organic fertilizer or for feed for cattle, I think it's no problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Does that answer your question, Pak Yohanes?
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Okay, I think that's all from me, Pak Prama.
Well, thank you very much, Prof, for your answer. I think it is a challenge for us to make the opportunity worthwhile for not only for farmers, but also for many stakeholders, include soil, yeah, Pak Yohanes?
Yes.
Well, again, thank you very much. And then we invite Professor Madupe for make a comment for answer and clarification from our participants. Please, Prof.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. The first question was talking about providing food available from national productivity. And the second question raised the issue of delivery systems of innovation to farmers in Nigeria. Let me say that agricultural dissemination or extension systems in Nigeria is pluralistic. There are many actors. We have government actors, we have non-state actors, we have religious institutions have their own outfit disseminating extension agricultural technology to farmers. We have a multi-tier system of governance, the federal, the state, and the local government. And the three tiers are involved in agriculture in the country. Actually, the main bulk rests with the local government. But in practice, it is the federal government that actually is driving agricultural development in the country. The local governments appear not to be doing much. The other question talked about innovation has to linking demand to market. Give an example of horticultural market failure. That is exactly what we are talking about. Let me just say this. We must distinguish between innovation, agricultural innovation, and agricultural innovation system. The challenge we have in most developing countries is that we don't seem to separate the two. The agricultural innovation system produces innovation. And it is that system that drives development. Innovation on its own is useless if it doesn't go into a system of the user. If you take an example, the classical example we had from raising cattle with soybean experiment. That experiment is beautiful, but until it is accepted by all the stakeholders and put to use to turn this knowledge or innovation into wealth, it will not lead to development. And we must start to look at the systems. That particular innovation now, who are the financiers? What is the role of policymakers? What are the farmers saying? What are the consumers saying about it? Were they part of the production of that innovation? If yes, it will be easy to sell. So the market aspect is important. But at the point of co-innovating, the market should have been taken in trust. Those who will use the technology would have been part of that initiative. That is what the innovation system is emphasizing. So market is important because they are major actors. But if you remove them from the scene, from the system, the link will break. And that is exactly the problem we have with agricultural development in most developing countries. So that should be taken on board. Then we have, the next question was on gap between university research and implementation of farmers. Yes, we don't have that problem in Nigeria. In Nigeria, the gap, there is no gap. Universities are empowered in Nigeria to move into communities. In fact, there's what we call village adoption policy. Universities are encouraged to adopt communities or villages and then transfer their technologies directly to those communities. And we use changes in the farming patterns and life patterns and indicators in that community to assess development of the impact of the university on those communities. Though it is on a very limited scale, it is poorly funded, and only universities that have resources or use them for research still keep such practices. So we don't have that kind of problem. The question also is on, is it possible to make agreement between farmers and business about price of agricultural product before planting? Yes. And if the innovation systems approach is properly strengthened, this situation will naturally take place. In Nigeria, we have what we call uptakers. It's a new initiative where before farming season, we find those who will buy the particular product like rice and agree on a price. In some instances, there is no fixed price. The agreement that we are going to sell to you, farmers will sell to the uptakers at the price existing or prevailing in the market at that particular point in time. Though you find that at the point of harvest, the prices are low. So the sellers might also want to get a high price for the market. Now, there is also a question of the question came about poor infrastructure. You know, what do we do? Bringing product from market, from farm to market, and then making agricultural sector attractive to women and youth. That is a very important question. One issue you will find, one difference between developed and developing countries, if I will use that word, in agriculture, is that in developed countries, agriculture has entered into the political. It is an indicator or a criteria for governance. It has not done so in developed. If agriculture goes into the political space, it will be possible for farmers to demand directly from their representatives in governance that this is what they want. And once we don't do that, it will be difficult for policymakers and politicians to provide incentive for agriculture to develop, provide subsidies, and maybe work on these infrastructures. It is a challenge that we all have to take on board so that we take agricultural issues into the political space and into the policy space and allow infrastructure targeted at farmers, incentive targeted at farmers to thrive. I give you an example. During the pandemic in Nigeria, we had crisis of poultry farmers, broilers, and fish farmers putting money in to buy feed and feeding their chicken and fish and no market to sell. And the proper thing and quick thing that needed to be done was for government to buy up this poultry and these fish from the farmers and use them as palliatives to the communities. But they didn't do that. And after the pandemic, most poultry and fish farmers closed shop. So you can see why we need to find ways of bringing in the political class, either into this kind of conference online or finding a way of sensitizing our farmers to make demands directly on politicians. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Madukwe. I think our discussion is getting more interesting. Yeah? I wish I can open the second opportunity for discussion, but we have to stop it. We have arrived in the end of this second session. So I would like to say sorry for those who would like to ask a question. And I would like also to inform you, Professor Komang and Professor Madukwe, we have some question in chat room. Please answer it, yeah, to make a opportunity for our participant to have your answer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the participant and also the invited speakers, I would like to say thank you very much for this worthwhile second session for the plenary session of our conference now. As a moderator, I would like to say very sorry to you if there is anything that it is not good for you. And I'm very sure that this is a nice, very nice event for us to have contribution to this conference. And I also suggest to those who have any question can contact Professor Komang and also Professor Madupe for our for building our networking to the world. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for this session, and I would like to send it back to the OC. Thank you. And a big applause for our presenters.
Thank you, Dr. Prama. We are now arriving at the parallel session. There will be 6 breakout rooms, namely PAC1 and PAC2 for plant science subteam, ASP1 and ASP2 for agricultural, social, economics, and policy subteam, IFA for integrated farming subteam, AEE for agricultural, environmental, and engineering subteam, and ATT for agricultural technology transfer subteam. Each room will have different presentation. All presenters, please join the room as your schedule given. Participants can join at the room of your preference. Allow me to give some announcement related to the parallel session rules. Presenters and participants are required to change their usernames by adding a code of the room and paper. For example, ASP1-1001 underscore Peter, and adding a code NP and room for participants non-presenter. For example, NP underscore ASP1 underscore David. Some of the participants still not specify the room name, especially for ASP and PSG. Please specify the room name, whether it is ASP1 or ASP2, PSC1 or PSC2, to ease our central host in breaking you out into parallel room. All participants are free to leave break room and back to main room and then join another breakout room after renaming to another subteam. Please be on time tomorrow for the parallel session 3 and 4. We will open the room at 8 a.m. Jakarta time, and the session will be started at 8:30 a.m. Jakarta time. Please be punctual. To all presenters and participants, enjoy the parallel session. Ya, aku juga mau ini.
everyone. Thank you for joining us and welcome to Parallel Room of Subtem Plant Science. This session will be moderated by Professor Satria Ilyas. He is a faculty member from Department Agronomy and Horticulture, IPB University, and currently the Chair of International Collaboration.
Please deh. Halo. Kita, kenapa kita dipindahin?
you.